κόφκω τα φτερά του, κλειδώνω τα να με φανεί, με λύπη με χαρά τους. Εστάθηκε ο ποταμός, θωρεί με μαραζώνει, γεγονούσιν τα μάτια του και το νερό θολώνει. Ο έρωτας ο γητεύτης, εμπάντα τσίνος νικητής, του κόσμου κυβερνήτης, μαντυρανός ο χωρισμός, βάρης αβάσταχτος καμός και πέτρο καταλήτης, και πέτρο καταλήτης.
Σε το πονείσαι μακρινό, το φως μου δε σε βρίσκει.
Η αγκάλι μου γυρεύκησε κι αγιάτρευτη μην ισχύει. Ο άνεμος ο Μερακλής χορεύκει μάνιχος του, σε μας χαρίζει τη δροσιά, μα ο πόνος δικός του. Ο έρωτας ο γητεύτης, εμπάντα τσίνος νικητής, του κόσμου κυβερνήτης, μαντυρανός ο χαρισμός, βάρης αβάσταχτος καμός και πέτρο καταλήτης, και πέτρο
Όμορφη πόλη, φωνές, μουσικές, απέραντι δρόμοι, κλεμμένες ματιές. Ο ήλιος χρυσίζει, χέρια σπαρμένα, βουνά και για πια πελάγια πλωμένα. Θα γίνεις δικιά μου πριν έρθει η νύχτα. Τα χλωμά, τα φώτα πριν ρίξουν δίχτυα. Θα γίνεις δικιά μου. Η νύχτα έφτασε τα παράθυρα κλείσαν. Η νύχτα έπεσε, οι δρόμοι χαθήκαν.
Στα αλήθινα κι αλαθήτα, ότι θωρούν πενευκούν το, γελιούνται και πιστεύκούν το. Τα ψέματα που ξέρουσι να πούσουν την αλήθεια, γλυκιά να συναφέρουσι τα πιο πικρά στολίδια. Έμαθα κι αγαπώ τα, σαν τα φιλιά τα πρώτα. Τα λόγια που μαγευκούσι, που τα μισά κλειδώνουν τα και τα άλλα φανερώνουν τα. Τα ψέματα που ξέρουσι να πούσιν την αλήθεια, γλυκιά να συναφέρουσι τα πιο πικρά στολίδια. Έμαθα κι αγαπώ τα, σαν τα φιλιά τα πρώτα. Πορφυρένια παπαρούνα και ζουμπούλιαζε λεφτά της αγάπης τα σημάδια, μαρτυράτε τα γραφτά. Της αγάπης τα σημάδια, μαρτυράτε τα γραφτά. Αχ, σεβδάς που μου λάχε, αχ, σεβδάς που μου λάχε. Αν ακόμα στην καρδιά του με κλειδώνει σιγανά, να μυρίζουν τα βουνά, να σκορπάτε τα αρώμα σας, να μυρίζουν τα βουνά. Αχ, σεβδάς που μου λάχε, αχ, σεβδάς που μου λάχε.
Δώστε μου τη
Σύννεφων πας των ουρανών, θωρώ μαραζωμένο, μα τα ματούθια σου θωρούν λιοντάρι θυμωμένο, μα τα ματούθια σου θωρούν λιοντάρι θυμωμένο.
Πάνω στο ανέμου τα φτερά
βουράσε να σε πιάσει, αρώνει σου κι αρωθυμάς και σκοτεινιάζει πλάση. Αρώνει σου κι αρωθυμάς και σκοτεινιάζει πλάση. Που μες στα νέφη ολόφωτος ο ήλιος νεφανίσκει, βάλισε στην αγκάλι του κι ο φως σου μαρανίσκει. Βάλισε στην αγκάλι του κι ο φως σου μαρανίσκει. Άμα διψάσεις για νερό, φέρνω να σε δροσίσω, κι αν πεθυμίσεις τον χώρο, θα ρετώ να τραουδήσω. Κι αν πεθυμίσεις τον χώρο, θα ρετώ να τραουδήσω. Άστραψεν η Ανατολή και ρόδισεν η Δύση, για να θωρεί αγάπη μου στο φως να περπατήσει, για να θωρεί
Αρκής φωνάζω της και τη χαρά νηστεύω, μόνο μες στην αγκάλι σου μπορώ και γαληνεύω, μόνο μες στην αγκάλι σου σου να θυμάσαι τη μέρα να πάρει ορκά τη νύχτα με φοάσαι.
Τα όνειρά μας που χαλάσαμε να έρθουν το πρωί. Χτυπά δυνατά να τα ακούσει το ξημέρωμα, να μας φέρει το φανέρωμα την Ανατολή.
Με νεξέδες και ζουμπούλια και θαλάσσινα Άμα δείτε την καλή μου χαιρετίσματα πολλά, με νεξέδες και ζουμπούλια και θαλάσσινα πουλιά. Ήβαλα, πάμε γυαλό, γυαλό. Ήβαλα, μόνο εσένα αγαπώ. Αν εσύ δε μου το δώσεις το φιλί που σου ζητώ, θα στο πάρω με το ζόρι και θα είναι πιο γλυκό. Θα στο πάρω με το ζόρι και θα είναι πιο γλυκό. Αν εσύ δε μου το δώσεις το φιλί που σου ζητώ. Ήβαλα, πάμε γυαλό, γυαλό. Ήβαλα, μόνο εσένα αγαπώ.
Loaned me copies of all sorts of interesting 18th century things and was always up for a chat in the pub. He is now at Salzburg, where he is continuing his work as a Jesuitist, and is going to, is also the editor of the forthcoming Brill's Companion to the Spartan Tradition or something like that. Anyway, he'll tell us. Okay. Over to you, Ian.
Lynn, thank you very much. Kalanoa, good morning to everyone here. Good morning to those watching online. Some of my students, I believe, have tuned in from Austria to see the great events taking place here. Today I wanted to start talking about the Spartan tradition. This is a very loaded term, and my word choice is very deliberate. There are issues about terminology, and I'll be touching on those during the course of the lecture today. I will give an overview, so to speak, of what I mean by the Spartan tradition, and also how it relates to history in the main meanings of that word, and most importantly, the notion of memory, and especially what we call cultural memory. Later today, we'll have various speakers who will look in great detail at certain iterations, representations of the Spartan tradition, and this will become clear as I go on, I hope. So tradition is not a static concept. There's an assumption often that tradition represents authority, that it represents power structures, that it is unchanging, that it's permanent. And one of the greatest myths of tradition is that it's permanent. People perceive these things to always be going on. I think, however, in practice, tradition is by definition static. It needs to shift, it needs to change, or, as one commentator said, it dies. A living tradition is changing and shifting, and this relates on the one hand to cultural memory, how individuals and communities, how sets of people relate to, use, think about the past, and also to the notion of history. Both history as a discipline, how we as professional historians study the past, but also the concept of, in inverted commas, what really happened. I'll come back to that as we go on. One of the titles says Sparta is an idea. What does that mean? In the 21st century, Sparta has a lot of very specific relations, a lot of very specific associations. Since the film 300, it has taken on a very specific role in the modern public consciousness. One of the main points that will come up today is the idea of right-wing appropriation. Yesterday evening, Paul Cartledge made this very important point about this darker side of Sparta, this association, first and foremost with National Socialism, and more recently, and we're going to hear some very important examples of this morning and this afternoon, the use of Sparta in the modern political arena, which is very specific. Now, the problem here is I think this draws our attention away from a much more complex, much richer, much more contested tradition. And a little later I'll talk about what we're trying to do with the volume that Brill will be publishing is to get an insight into the complexity and really the multiple Spartan traditions. There's not just one, there are many, and they're competing and often in conflict. In some sense, there are layers of storytelling talking about the past. And a key example of this, and one phrase that you will hear today several times, we heard last night, the concept of the Spartan Mirage. Now, I'm sure you're all familiar with this idea, this presentation of Sparta in a certain sense. Now, one of my arguments has always been is that there is not only one Spartan Mirage, there are two. There's the traditional Spartan Mirage, the image of the city of virtue, the warrior society, militaristic, heroic, dedicated to the service of the community. And then there's the other Spartan Mirage, the inverted Mirage, this image of a xenophobic, militaristic, oppressive society. These are important. I don't think we can dismiss these, and I don't think we can dismiss what we call the Mirage. It's not so much a fiction, but a fictionalization. It's a way of presenting, on one level, what the Spartans wanted others to think about them, what others thought about the Spartans, how people talked about the Spartans in the ancient sources. We can't dismiss it because it overlooks how social and cultural memory function. Why certain stories, and these are usually illustrative anecdotes, and you can think of many of them, especially in someone like Plutarch, why these stories are told. What are the origin of these stories? I don't think we really believe Plutarch sat there and made everything up. No, he was drawing on a rich series of storytelling, a complex series of competitive discourses, which he drew upon, and which represented how people talked about this city-state. And these stories, these circles of discourse, were themselves the product of memory, cultural memory. Now, very important in... one further, sorry. One further. Very important is how memory determines meaning. This is a quote from Jan Assmann, who wrote a very important book on cultural memory. And he talks about memory as in terms of meaning, and how it opens up a very different memory sphere that combines tradition, awareness of history, self-definition. People talk about the past, and as time goes on, these notions of memory coalesce. In memory theory, and this was originally put forward by a French writer called Maurice Halvax, who talks about a period of roughly 40 years from events being talked about and remembered to entering the collective and the cultural memory. And at certain points, as individuals age, as those who experience something pass on, the next generation repeats these as stories, and this forms cultural memory. Cultural memory then diverges. We have the center of it is foundational. stories that talk about the origin of our society. In the case of the Greek polis, it's obviously often the foundation of the polis, and key figures enter this discussion. Then we have the more recent social or collective memory, which is events that people claim to remember. Now, individual memory is separated from the memory of the community, in that the memory of community is about communication, and is often encoded in ritual practices. So individuals perform the past, they reenact the past. And this is in the sense of, we still do this today with our various bizarre festivals every year. These are often involved reenacting, and this is how the past is communicated. Now, in terms of our sources, and in case of Sparta, Herodotus, Thucydides, Xenophon, obviously Plutarch, they make specific choices in what they record. They choose to record certain stories. Now, why they do so, which stories they choose, are sometimes a matter of narrative concern, sometimes to prove an overall point, sometimes it's who they happen to speak to. There are lots of different sources. But what happens with writing is that writing codifies memory. So rather than memory being dynamic and open to ritual and performance, it becomes codified. And it moves from the sphere of participation to the sphere of interpretation, when experts, in inverted commas, be they historians, be they priests, be they politicians, will provide an access, like a gatekeeper, to a knowledge of the past. And so this is Yasmin, it's a very important book, which looks at how these ideas develop from oral societies to literate societies, and there are important shifts that take place. So we don't have time to look in detail in this. But this movement from ritual retelling to codified retelling is very important. And I think we see this in our sources. I think we can see echoes of this process. If we look, one of my favorite examples is the story of the regent Pausanias, and how his stories are recorded, especially by Thucydides, which are highly questionable. And I think a strong case could be made that what we see here is contested memory. And certain different strands of memory exist, different versions. In the case of Pausanias, we have this image in Thucydides, which is one representation of his behavior. There are traces, those of you who are familiar with the Plataea elegy, possibly written by Simonides, only discovered relatively recently, gives an insight, a fragment of a different tradition and a different memory. These are contested memories, and these memories are formed, I believe, in the conflict, in social and political conflicts that took place within the ancient city-state, that then feed into these memories, become distorted, and then are used for different purposes. So if we're going to approach this idea, how do we deal with this conceptually? How do we deal with this notion of tradition and then its ongoing process, so to speak? Scholars in recent years, of course, have been very interested in the impact of antiquity. It's become a major field within classical studies and other areas. You go back to... Thank you. One of the things we're trying to do with the Brill volume is to develop a more coherent approach to how we deal with antiquity. In the Anglophone world, it's still dominated by what is called reception theory, classical reception theory, which is loosely based on the works of Hans Robert Jauss and Wolfgang Iser, two German historians and sociologists, I suppose we could call them, which present one particular approach. A range of approaches are being developed in recent years. The most recent one is loosely translated as transformations by the FU Freie Universität in Berlin, who have developed a specific approach that brings together different ways of dealing with how the modern reacts to, uses, appropriates antiquity. But I think, and the point I've been making with memory here, is that we need to use a range of approaches and understand that every iteration, every use of antiquity is different and must be approached in a different way. So the list I put here is a list of possible approaches which I think are relevant. Obviously, transformation, reception theory, tradition theory is still very useful, cultural memory, but also things such as intellectual history, and theories of cultural transfer, theories of heritage. And heritage theory is relatively recent development, but in terms of how modern Greece interacts with ancient Greece, I think heritage theory is very useful. A lot of I don't have time to go into detail with these different approaches, but there are a range of different theoretical models and approaches which can help inform how we deal with what I think are very complex questions. I could go into a lot of detail about these, but we don't really have time to do so. The point I want to make in terms of the Spartan tradition, and I think this applies to really modern relationships to the classical past in general, is that, first of all, it's cyclical in a way. We see a rise and fall of references, especially in the case of Sparta. And this relates to the idea of memory referring to foundational identity. Communities base their identity often on mythic or semi-mythic stories, tales, legends, myths. Asman uses the word myth a lot. He thinks about the way history codifies myth, and it becomes a foundational tool in how societies view themselves, and also how they view others. That's an important point too. What we find, first of all, is what significance do these different iterations take? Every time someone refers to the past, and be it a professional historian, be it
Admin,
a political
what the
activist,
fuck? You are
capitalism,
fucking ugly, you know, by the way.
they are
By the
engaging with
way,
the
you are
past in a
so
specific
fucking
way.
ugly, you know. You know that I...
Now, you often use the word meaning. What does it mean? What does
What the fuck are you doing, you
mean?
stupid
What does
asshole,
the
you
lambda
motherfucker?
symbol mean?
You're super
The word meaning
ugly.
is very loaded. The word meaning has a truth value. When you say
Oh my
X
god.
means something,
What are you doing, you stupid ugly?
it's very important
You can't
to
even see me.
distinguish between meaning and significance.
Why are you
Two
staring like
quotes here,
this,
one
you
from
fucking pig?
Gadamer, who talks about the notice of concept of applicandi, how a certain thing can be applied to a current situation. It needs to be relevant. This is very important. And there's E.D. Hirsch, an important literary thinker. He challenges Gadamer's ideas in many ways, but he insists on the necessity of differentness of meaning in favor of the possibility of sameness of meaning in different applications of a text.
Και να
He's
έχουμε
talking about literary
διαφορετικές
representations
εφαρμογές
of
της
this
μνήμης
bias.
σε ένα κείμενο.
And he's playing with what meaning
Και
actually
παίζει
means. What does it mean
με
by
το
meaning?
τι σημαίνει σημασία, τι εννοούμε με τον όρο σημασία. Και αυτός λοιπόν χρησιμοποιεί τον όρο significance που είναι το επιστημία του ορισμού. Δηλαδή οι άνθρωποι αποδίδουν σημασία σε κάποιο νόμο βάσει το πώς το χρησιμοποιούν. Έχουμε λοιπόν μια σειρά ενιών που έχουν μια συνοχή ή ασυνέχεια, και μια ομάδα αναφορών.
And this is very important in terms of how we understand these processes. Connected to this is the moments at which people invoke certain images from the ancient world. In the case of the Spartan tradition, in my studies so far, I found increasingly that the reference to Sparta are dominant at points of existential threat, major upheaval to social certainties, concepts of being. So key moments, for example, are towards the end of the Roman Empire, the process of Christianization, especially in writers like Orosius, who takes Spartan figures and Christianizes them in a very subtle way. This is a major point. Another point is the Crusades. In the 12th century especially, images of, especially of the Thermopylae tradition, become very prominent. Then we have an interesting point in the late Middle Ages, a process of de-Christianization, when actually not in the Renaissance, in the late Middle Ages, when in the conflict between the power of the church, the nobility, and various kings, they de-Christianized ancient legends in order to disempower the political power of the church. And so this is when these references often crop up. We see this going through in later uses. The Enlightenment and French Revolution, there's been a lot of good scholarship on the use of Sparta in this context. Again, here we see reference and uses of Sparta in a very specific way when writers, thinkers are challenging the very basis of social organization, the certainties that underlie it. Sorry, looking down. We see the same coming into the 20th century, most notoriously with obviously the National Socialist use of Sparta, and then again in the 21st century, and again this is a point also I think of political upheaval, and the references crop up in large numbers. Now one of the points I want to make here in each of these examples is that these are contested readings. They are always contested, they're always being challenged. and how these are used. So I want to make a couple of observations about these points. When people make an appropriation of the past, there's a tendency, especially historians, a lot of historians really enjoy watching a movie like 300 and saying, oh, that's wrong, and that's wrong, and that's wrong, which is a rather tedious game in general. But it's also about how iterations of the past are deployed. And it's very easy for us to say, these are anachronisms, they are inaccurate, and then we dismiss them. I think it's a very dangerous thing to do. We have to understand how these relate to the tradition in general, and then how they are made relevant, they bring relevance. A good example here is looking again at the medieval use of antiquity. And it's a good comparative model, because we have a certain distance from medieval uses. When we look at, for example, the French Revolution, the political language is so relevant to our own political context, it's hard to disassociate ourselves from it. The medieval use has slightly greater distance, and provides, I think, an analytical model for how we can deal with modern uses. And so I draw on especially Gabrielle Spiegel's work here. And she writes in her book on French historiography of the 13th, 14th century. And she uses this quote, which I put up here. Ancient history was a capacious field of metaphors. Thus this rewriting was neither ignorance of classical antiquity nor bad faith towards the past, but an intellectual attitude that refused to acknowledge the past either inherently lost or ethically irrelevant. I'm going to look at some examples of this. What she means here is when we look at a picture of Spartans in plate armor and go, well, that's not Spartans, they're in plate armor, we are not reading these images the way a contemporary would read them. Good. This provides the idea of Panofsky, a very important art historian, and he developed what he called the principle of disjunction. And this is common in medieval and early Renaissance art. And this, again, is an important idea. And he says there's a divorce of classical meaning, classical form, from classical content. So that classical form is usually imbued with Christian meaning, while classical content is portrayed in medieval form. So what he's saying here is that how they represent these images, how they represent, for example, a classical story, to make the viewer understand a classical story, they need to make it comprehensible to the reader. So yes, if they want to give an illustration of heroism, of virtue, they often portray a Spartan as a medieval knight, because this is how the reader understands these concepts. Now, it's very easy to dismiss these acts, and I think they often are dismissed as anachronism. We do the same, however, and I think when we look at movies, even like a film like 300, we have to understand is what are they trying to communicate, what are the virtues they're trying to pull out, and how are they trying to translate meanings, significance they find in the ancient to a modern audience. At the most banal level, I mean, we can say that the film like 300, the characters speak English. That's not historically accurate, is it? But no one would call this an anachronism in a true sense. It's an essential function so the viewer can understand. And once we recognize this concept, I think a lot of what we call anachronisms can be contextualized and understand them in a slightly different way. And this, I think, is true for all engagements with the ancient past, how we communicate ideas. What is the point of telling this story? Why are we referring to Leonidas, to Lycurgus, whoever? What is the point? What are we trying to communicate? I'll come back to that point. Connected to this, and again using drawing on Gabrielle Spiegel, is my last heavy theoretical point.
Το τελευταίο βαρύ θεωρητικό μου αφορά το είναι η ιδέα ότι αυτές οι αναφορές και οι επιρροές είναι δεδομένες στο πλαίσιο μιας συνεχιζόμενης σειράς ιστοριών. Πρόκειται για ένα θεωρητικό εργαλείο σύμφωνα με το οποίο όταν κάποιος γράφει για το παρελθόν, για παράδειγμα το μεσαιωνικό, ένα μεσαιωνικό θέμα, υπάρχει αυτή τη στιγμή της καταγραφής, την οποία επιλέγουν, αλλά σε αυτή την επιλογή διαλέγουν από μεγαλύτερο έδρος ιστοριών και εικόνων. Οι στιγμές καταγραφής είναι οι στιγμές κατά τις οποίες εσωτερικοποιούμε τον αρχαίο κόσμο. Είναι μια σειρά επιλογής, απόφασης και πράξης που αποτελεί την κοινωνική πραγματικότητα του κειμένου. Πώς είναι σχετικό, πώς αλληλοσυνδέεται και αλληλεπιδρά με άλλα κείμενα.
She carries on. A text meaning may be relational, not stable, or inherent.
Λέγοντας ότι η σημασία δεν είναι πώς εντάσσεται σε ένα τοπικό περιβάλλον. Θα μπορούσαμε να θεωρήσουμε ότι αυτό σημαίνει πως αυτή η έννοια είναι απολύτως ξεχωριστή από άλλες έννοιες. Δεν νομίζω ότι οι μνήμες που απορρίψαμε, λέει, δεν χάνονται τελείως, απλώς βρίσκονται εκεί και ορούνται. Ένα παράδειγμα είναι η εποχή του χριστιανισμού. Οι Ρωμαίοι χριστιάνισαν την μορφή του Λεωνίδα.
Δεν σε εξυπηρετεί.
Δεν εξυπηρετεί, γιατί μου έρθαν ακούστης.
Thank you. So in the Middle Ages we have these images from a manuscript in
Εδώ είναι η
the Vatican
εικόνα από
Museum
ένα χειρόγραφο του Μουσείου του Βατικανού που δείχνει το Λεωνίδα με 12 Σπαρτιάτες που παίρνουν το τελευταίο πρωινό. Πρόκειται εδώ για μια στιγμή όπου παρουσιάζουμε τον Λεωνίδα κάτι σαν τον μυστικό δείπνο, σαν μια χριστιανική εικόνα. Αν θα δούμε πιο σύγχρονες εικόνες του Λεωνίδα, ξανά και ξανά είναι μια εκχριστιανισμένη μορφή. Το 18ο αιώνα, αν έχετε δει θα τον δείτε σε κάποιες φορές να τον παρουσιάζουν ότι βαλκώθηκε και διάφορα άλλα τον τρυπάνε με πολλά. Υπάρχουν δηλαδή εικόνες του χριστιανισμού που έχουν μεταφερθεί σε αυτή την ιστορία και έχουν γίνει μέρος της διαδιαφύγης, της θυσίας, στο σύγχρονο πολιτισμό. Στην ιδέα είναι συνδεδεμένο στο μυαλό μας με το χριστιανισμό. Έτσι λοιπόν όλο αυτό εντάσσεται σε ένα πολύ πιο περίπλοκο πλαίσιο. Βάζω εδώ μερικές εικόνες για να δείτε. Και εδώ είναι εικόνες στις οποίες αποκτούν σύγχρονη σημασία. Όλοι όσοι είναι, μπορείτε να δείτε ποιος είναι ο Λεωνίδας στα λογό του και το ξέρει στη γωνία, στην άκρη. Ο σκοπός αυτός των εικόνων είναι να πούν ιστορίες για το παρελθόν που όμως έχουν σχέση με το παρόν. Είναι ντυμένοι σαν υπότες. Η εικόνα είναι γύρω στο χιλιό και έχει μια πολύ έντονη σχέση με το σύγχρονο κόσμο. Μοιάζει δηλαδή πολύ και με τους σταυροφόρους, με τις εκπαίδευσεις των σταυροφόρων. Κάθε μία από αυτές μεταφέρει ένα μήνυμα, αλλά ταυτόχρονα αμφισβητεί και κάτι. Υπάρχει ένας δεν πρόκειται λοιπόν για μια για ένα κυρίαρχο αφήγημα.
And different readings, and this is one I wanted to show because I think it's something that's been written out of our understanding of the Spartan tradition. I'm sure you recognize this symbol. This is a symbol of the national Bolshevik movement.
Είναι ένα σύμβολο των Πολσεβίκων, που είναι ένα ακραίο πολιτικό κίνημα του 1920 και 30. Έχουν και μια άλλη εικόνα.
And they had on the badge with Potsdam, Sparta, Moscow.
Γράφει Potsdam, Σπάρτη, Μόσχα.
Socialistic, Bolshevist reading of the past.
Υπάρχει μια σοσιαλιστική βολσεβίκικη ανάγνωση του παρελθόντος και διάφοροι παραλληλισμοί, αλλά και πολλές διαφορές. Δεν θα μιλήσω πολύ για τους βολσεβίκους, γιατί εξαφανίστηκαν και δεν ήταν και πολύ ευχαριστή άνθρωποι, αλλά είναι και αυτό μια διαφορετική ανάγνωση, μια διαφορετική ερμηνεία σε μια φάση όπου ένιωθαν μια υπαρξιακή απειλή για το θετικό.
But this leads to layers, lots of layers
Το
of retail
οδηγεί σε πολλά
that I think slightly
επίπεδα,
challenge
στρώματα.
how we understand and how we
Θέτουν υπό αμφισβήτηση τον τρόπο με τον
assess
οποίο
these relevances.
κατανοούμε και
When
έχουμε
certain
πρόσβαση
images change, when
σε αυτά,
iterated,
όταν διάφορες
they have a
εικόνες
certain meaning at
αλλάζουν,
a
όταν
certain
καθώς
time.
διηγούμαστε και
Changes do
όταν
not
έχουν
imply
κάποια
ignorance.
συγκεκριμένη σημασία σε
Sometimes
ένα
they have a
συγκεκριμένο
special
χρονικό
meaning. Going back to the
διάστημα,
medieval
όταν
example
αποκτούν
again,
ιδιαίτερη σημασία. Θα
figure
επανέλθω
of
στο,
Leonidas is sometimes referred to as the King of
στην
Athens.
εικόνα του
We might
Λεωνίδα
call this a
στην
historical error,
Μεσαιωνική,
but to a medieval
που τον
reader,
αναφέρουν
Athens
και ως
is wisdom.
βασιλιά
If you
της
want Leonidas
Αθήνας.
to look wise,
Θα
he is
μπορούσαμε
the
να
King
πούμε
of
ότι είναι
Athens.
αναχρονισμός, αλλά
In other
αυτοί
texts, he's the King of Greece,
αναφέρονται στην έννοια
but
της
his use
σοφίας
of
και για
wisdom was
αυτούς
researched.
με αυτόν τον τρόπο
This is
γνωρίζαν τη
important at the
σοφία.
time because
Στα
for the
αντίθεση
medieval
του
writer
ξέρεις,
and
αυτό είναι
reader,
σημαντικό
the
για την
Spartan
εποχή, για
identity of
Μεσαίο,
Leonidas was not the point
για
of the
τον
story.
αναγνώστη
What was
του
important was that
Μεσαίωνα.
he was
Αυτό που
a
ήταν
ruler,
σημαντικό
that he was
ήταν
a
ότι
king,
ο
that
Λεωνίδας
he
ήταν
did
ένας
certain
βασιλιάς,
things that
ένας
are
υπότης
how
και έκανε
we
συγκεκριμένα
conceive our
πράγματα που είναι
world.
σημαντικά
So these
για τον τρόπο με
changes
τον οποίο
to the
εμείς
medieval
αντιλαμβανόμαστε
writer
τον
were
κόσμο μας.
no different
Αυτές οι
than for us.
αλλαγές λοιπόν
Having
που έκανε
Leonidas and
συγγραφές
Davies speak to each other in
τον
English with a scholarship.
Λεωνίδα θα ήταν σαν
But
να
it's-
βάλουμε τον Λεωνίδα με τον Σύγχρονα, να βάλουμε
These
τον
are
Λεωνίδα με
important
τον
changes, and
Ζεύση
we
να
need to
μιλάνε
understand
αγγλικά με
how these
σκοτές
changes
προφορά.
operate.
Έτσι
this is
όμως
one
λειτουργούν αυτές οι
aspect
αλλαγές.
of
Αυτή είναι
the
λοιπόν
different traditions.
μία πλευρά των διαφόρων παραδόσεων.
At the same time, another level of
Ταυτόχρονα ένα άλλο
complexity is
επίπεδο
rival traditions.
περιπλοκότητας
We talk about
είναι
Spartan
οι
tradition, the idea of Sparta,
αντίπαλες
and then we talk
παραδόσεις. Μιλήσαμε για τη
often,
Σπάρτη
and much of
και
our conversation
συχνά
today will be
και
about
πολλοί
Thermopylae,
μιλάνε και θα
Leonidas,
μιλήσουν για τις
the most
Θερμοπύλες και
obvious
το
figures.
Λεωνίδας Θερμοπύλες,
Yet,
τα πιο
especially in terms of Leonidas, as I already
προφανή. Και
implied,
ειδικά σε ό,τι αφορά
the
τον Λεωνίδα,
Leonidas
όπως
tradition
είπα
is not
ήδη,
always the Spartan
η
tradition.
παράδοση του
So in
Λεωνίδα
the
δεν
Middle
είναι
Ages,
πάντα η
as
παράδοση της
Leonidas,
Σπάρτης.
often an Athenian,
Στον Μεσαίωνα,
or
γι' αυτό
just
στο
a
Μεσαίωνα
Greek,
πολλές φορές
he's
βλέπουμε τον
separated
Λεωνίδα
from
να
his
αναφέρονται ως
We see,
Αθηναίος, ως απλώς
interestingly
ένας
enough, the same in the
Έλληνας.
19th century.
Αυτό
In
είναι
the 18th
ιδιαίτερο.
century, there was a fascination with Sparta as a political
Στο 19ο αιώνα,
socialist state.
υπήρχε
Another interesting angle.
μεγάλος θαυμασμός
After the
για
French
τη Σπάρτη.
Revolution, liberal thinkers
Μετά τη
turned
Γαλλική
increasingly to Athens as a model of commercial
Επανάσταση,
maritime
όμως
empire,
άρχισε να υπάρχει μια
against
στροφή
Sparta.
προς την
But they
Αθήνα.
still wanted to use the image of Leonidas.
Όμως,
And so we have a
εξακολουθούν
series
να
of
θέλουν να
texts and
χρησιμοποιούν την εικόνα του
representations
Λεωνίδα. Γι' αυτό
that
λοιπόν συναντάμε
separate
πολλά
Leonidas from
κείμενα και
Sparta.
αναπαραστάσεις
He's
που
referred to as
αποκόπτουν τον Λεωνίδα
a
από τη
Greek hero,
Σπάρτη
not a Spartan
και
hero.
αναφέρεται
His
ως ένας
heroism is a
Έλληνας
Greek
ήρωας, όχι
characteristic,
ένας
not a Spartan
Σπαρτιάτης
characteristic.
ήρωας, και τα
This also relates
χαρακτηριστικά
to
του
the
χαρακτηριστικά
development
των
of the nation
Ελλήνων,
state,
από
the
τους
ideology of the
Σπαρτιατών.
nation state. It's
Και
not
αυτό
about the
έχει να
city
κάνει και με την
anymore, it's about the
ανάπτυξη της
nation.
ιδεολογίας
This is a
της
different
πόλης
meaning, and
του εθνικού
it's fascinating,
κράτους.
especially in travel books
Είναι
that all give
εντυπωσιακό
Roman history.
το
Leonidas
πώς
is at Thermopylae, and they use
παρουσιάζεται. Ο Λεωνίδας, ας πούμε, είναι
Spartanism
στη
and literally separate them in the text, making a separate tradition. This carries on into the early 20th century, when we have writers who even, in a couple of cases, describe Leonidas as a hero despite being a Spartan. And there's certain examples of that. So this separation, we have these different traditions. And we need to be aware that they've become part of different narrative cycles, in a sense. On top of this, another level, I think, is a proliferation. What we see in the 20th century is a proliferation of images. This gives us the idea that in the 20th century there's a fragmentation of the Spartan tradition, that lots of different ideas pop up. I think it's misleading because of media, because of the storage, and Jan talks a lot about the archive, this how this affects memory. The sort of fragmentation, all these different images, I think occurred in other periods, we just don't see them recorded. I know in 18th century letter writing, there are lots of bizarre uses of Sparta and Leonidas cropping up, often out of context, that have very different meanings. But with modern technology especially, we can record so many of these exchanges and study them in a different way. And we see counter-narratives, different examples. I just picked one randomly because I quite like it, as we'll have several conversations about graphic novels today. It's worth this graphic novel from the 1960s, which tells the story of the Australian defence of the pass of Thermopylae against the Nazis in 1941, at which they talk about the ancient battle. And this isn't a comic produced by an anti-war collective who are actually attacking the Vietnam War. It's a very complex use. It's not how we expect the 1960s to portray it. I think the movie The 300 Spartans from 1962 can also be read in a far more complex way than we normally do. There are lots of undercurrents going on there, but I don't have time to go into great detail there. I very quickly just want to throw images at you. The commercialization, and I want to talk briefly about what some people consider the frivolous representation of Sparta. And yes, the chocolates, cigars, the deodorant and soap and all these sorts of things, this actually has quite a long tradition as well. Now, there's a tendency for us to sort of look at it and think it's quite amusing, and then let's go and talk about serious stuff. But I think these things hang together. Music as well, we're going to hear about music again later today. And again, this association, Sparta, associated with militarism, there's a lot of heavy metal reference, which is one aspect. But there are other ones too, and there's a tendency to discard these as being irrelevant, because the real thing must be this one continual Spartan militaristic tradition. But in terms of, if we want to dismantle the far-right use of Sparta, I suggest they listen to the song Can You Waddle by the Spartans, and I think that would completely disempower them. Go on, please. One particular aspect I'm interested in is sport, and we have many examples in Greece, around the world, of Sparta in sport. Again, people think it's a frivolous use. Those are some Dutch examples. And again, we see Sparta, Rotterdam, playing Hermes, but there's Neptune as well, Theon playing Xerxes. Next slide. But a particular point, and this is why I think sport is really important, Sparta, Rotterdam, the major team in the Netherlands, for a while the local rivals were Xerxes, Rotterdam. This was a derby game. And it's on one level, it's sort of an amusing iteration, but the point is that the formation of institutions such as sports clubs are fundamental to the generation of civic identities. These aren't just empty labels people throw away. These are defining ways that people understand themselves and then use the past to explain it. I think what's interesting is that a lot of the response to the movie 300 has been very politicized and angry. Do you see how the Sparta Rotterdam fans used it? It's tongue-in-cheek, it's comedic. I honestly have the question that could you get this image of Sparta as a far-right model in the Netherlands? Because people think of the football. The relation to it is different. And these engagements with the past, often on a mass subcultural level, they are not based on reading of Herodotus, they're not based on cultural productions, they're based on circles of discourse, which brings us back to collective and cultural memory. These are certain, and this then informs how people will react to these political appropriations. And this is an important point. Hans Robert Jauss, the founder of reception theory, talks about the horizon of expectations. How we approach an idea, how we respond to it is informed by frameworks of knowledge. Now, the frameworks of knowledge are fundamentally shifted to a Sparta Rotterdam fan, who basically the main point is to hate Feyenoord, but they then conceive it using this model. So then they react, respond, engage with the ancient in a fundamentally different way. And these frameworks of these frameworks of identity affect how we engage with the past. As scholars, we have a certain reaction. We read certain texts, we think a certain way. People make associations based on these horizons of knowledge, these frameworks of understanding, and this is essential to understand tradition and how it continues. Very briefly. Just to give another example, to throw it out there, as much as we talk about the right-wing American appropriations, and we'll hear about the Brazilian ones as well today, there are many other forms of engagement. The United Arab Emirates recently produced a film called Little Sparta, which really takes everything in a whole different direction. And it's a very important example of the non-European engagement with the past. We think of the classical as a European and North American feature. This is one aspect, it's an important aspect, but there are other ways of reacting. And when you see films like this, which is a very strange film, it's it creates problems. So just to quickly finish off, I've given a bit of a rush through various ideas. In this volume, Brill's Companion to the Spartan Tradition, we are going to try to address many of these figures. We have 35 contributors so far. And the point is to look at the ancient, the late antiquity, medieval, Byzantium, historiography, what I call modern fragmentations. And by post-colonial Spartas, I think it's very important to look at iterations outside Europe that are not only a response to colonialism, which is one aspect of that, but also engagements, especially in countries such as Japan and China. And I have colleagues from both those countries contributing, colleagues from Singapore, who are looking at how these societies engage with the past that is different to them. And what we're finding so far, and just the tip of the iceberg here, is it's actually surprisingly similar to the medieval way of reacting that didn't see its sense of continuity. We imagine our continuity with the ancient past as Europeans. In non-European societies, often the interaction is more similar to the medieval, which had a sense of disjuncture because of the religious difference. And there's a lot of work to be done here, and hopefully it's going to open. There's a surprisingly large amount of material being produced in these societies. But this also affects, for example, how Chinese viewers react to a film like 300 when they have their own history of texts about Sparta. Their horizon of expectation is different, their engagement is different. So to finish, running over time, I want to introduce this idea of tradition as a form of cultural memory, which is complex, diverse, competing, inherently unstable, or unstable. But that, I think, is what's important. For us as scholars, when we're analysing it, we need to understand how the viewers attribute significance or meaning, how they read things, and how this then passes on. We also need to understand how this relates back, and I think this is why it's relevant to ancient historians as well, that many of these traditions are based on rereadings of rereadings of rereadings that originate in cultural memories, which themselves come from circles of discourse that took place at the time, figures such as Herodotus, Thucydides, and Xenophon were writing. It hangs together in a very incoherent whole, but I think it's important to understand this relationship, however loose and often absurd it appears to be. There is a way it hangs together, and we can only understand it if we see it with this much broader perspective. Thank you.
Okay, well, I'm personally absolutely delighted at the idea of Leonidas at the end of 300 being viewed as a Christian martyr, given Frank Miller's noted anti-church stance in general. Yeah. Frank Miller is the originator of that, the original originator of that reappropriation, though of course heavily modified for cinema. Are there any questions for Ian? Hello.
Of the
Reformation.
Of the Protestant Reformation. It does occur. I think this is a period in which we see references popping up. I'm not aware of that many, to be honest. It doesn't seem to be used a lot, as far as I have seen so far. But the references, there's definitely a lot of references at the period of the sort of Great Western Schism in the, between when there were two popes across Europe, the Avignon papacy against the Rome papacy. There I see references. I have come across very few in the Reformation period, but that doesn't mean they're not there. I don't know of many.
How does that relate to your de-Christianization at the end of the medieval period, start of the Renaissance?
I think certainly there's a great use by the local landlords, sort of local knights, the local nobility, who identify themselves as Spartans and love to portray, especially in France, the French king, as being a Xerxes-like figure. So I think there might be an association with a certain level of nobility who are using it. There's a confusion over, especially the use of Leonidas. There are actually some great texts, late medieval texts, in which Leonidas doesn't lose the Thermopylae. There's one text in which he fights the Persians, and then the next chapter the Spartans are defeated, but Leonidas isn't mentioned anymore. Disappears. There are other texts in which Thermopylae is literary victory, and then they go on and fight, and then there's the second. Then they go straight to Salamis, move on. In terms of de-Christianization, I think after this period, I imagine a cyclical rising forward, and there seems to be a decrease in references. That the Renaissance is relatively few compared to the High Middle Ages and the Enlightenment, and it seems to be a dip.
Okay. From what you've read and what you know, roughly at least, do you think that in reality Sparta was closer to the far right or to other interpretations? Is that roughly sound about right?
I think, I mean, it's hard to, we're so buried in the Mirage, it's hard to escape that. If I had to flip a coin, certainly I think how the Mirage is presented, I would see it more as a far left than a far right model, if I had to choose between them. But I think that it's a bit misleading to put one on top of the other. But I think if we certainly take the Plutarchian image, the redistribution of land, the notion of social service, I think that is more left than the right appropriation. But I would have many reservations about saying it absolutely.
That's the gentleman's opinion, and he's a lawyer.
Okay, perfect.
Steve.
This is, no, I think you're exactly right, and I think that's a very important point. And this, I think, is what I mean by the horizon of expectations. Leonidas is a powerful figure in the modern imagination because people believe it is true, or want to believe it is true. The truth value is hugely important in all these stories. These models have power because of their perceived historicity. So yes, people do care that it's true, but they often, as scholars, I think we need to think around that. But and you're quite right, we need to recognize that this truth value, there's a great, in a slightly different context, there was a great debate in the early 19th century over the historicity of the Trojan War. Did it really happen? And several writers were saying, well, it doesn't matter whether it happened, we need to study it, as some historians say. And then there's a wonderful quote in one of Byron's letters. He says, I was standing on top of the tomb of Achilles, and I thought, of course it matters. And I think this is true for Sparta especially. Yes, it really does matter, because these models derive their power from the historicity. The belief that this is, and this goes back to the notion of the foundational narrative. The foundational narrative is powerful because people believe in it. That's why it has social power, social cohesion, why it actually affects politics and social structures. So I think this is a hugely important point.
Edmund.
I think I wouldn't say they knew exactly, they had their sort of archaeological evidence. They knew that they weren't knights in armor. That much they did know. There's our writers who say the ancients were different, they had different weapons, they fought in different ways from us. So even though they might not have been experts on the detail, they were aware it was a very, very different society. But the point is really that they don't think it's relevant. I think at a certain level, especially in a lot of medieval, in the universal histories that were very popular at the time, they see these details as sort of irrelevant points. What matters to them is what these people do in a certain sense, and so they read it a certain way. But they are aware. Whether the average reader is aware is another question, but there was an awareness, and there is discussion in some texts which they have an awareness, but that's, I suppose, not modern readers. There's some people who today don't have any idea of the difference. But there was some awareness that I would expect them to be able to describe the hoplite balance.
Quickly.
Mm. Yeah, I think that's always the case with the classical tradition in its Spartan its entirety. Many of those involved have only the most passing knowledge, and it's a label. But it's a label, but that they give that label a meaning. And especially with the way here Steve's going to talk about a lot of these examples, that these labels for them have a certain association, or they imagine it, they create it, but they're getting it from somewhere. And where they get it, I think what will be interesting is to look at what do they know? Have they just watched a movie? Have they just watched a YouTube clip? Have they read Wikipedia? I mean, how far have they gone? And of course, for them, it's not about Sparta. And I think for a lot of these cases, I mean, there's a little cliche that when we write history, we're always writing about the present. And it's a cliche, but there's truth in it too. How they draw out these meanings, and they don't care whether Sparta was in Greece or if it was near Birmingham. That's not the point for them. What for them is a symbol of militaristic power, and that's all they need. They don't need more. And I think that's, people take as much as they need, or they probably need a lot more what they think they need.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm. Yeah. Mm. Yeah. I think that's a very important point, this possible ambiguity. Monarchists say can see kings, aristocrats can see aristocrats. The French Revolution, we saw democrats. So madly, these French things that use the word democracy. And this ambiguity, unlike Athens, which has been clearly defined, allows for a range of interpretation. So yes, this is an important part of the storytelling.
Okay, if I can wrap that up and move on. Our next speaker is George Zathos. And then start sharing. Give George a minute to on. this is your presentation. So, share screen. Okay. Is there a remote control for the PowerPoint? Thank you. Is there an on-switch now, or does this work? Okay, so our second speaker is George Sakos of the Academy of Athens, who told me this morning that this main area is Roman topography.
Yeah.
But he's from Lamia and is thus interested in Thermopylae or Thermopylae in English. And this talk is going to be in Greek.
Οι θερμοπύλες, εκτός από το τόπος μαχών, είναι ένα σύμβολο και μάλιστα υπερτοπικό. Η διαχείρισή του ξεκίνησε ήδη από την αρχαιότητα και συνεχίζεται μέχρι σήμερα. Θα επικεντρωθώ στη διαχείρισή τους ως το πόσιμο και ως σύμβολο από το σύγχρονο ελληνικό κράτος, κάνοντας όμως πρώτα μια συνοπτική αναφορά στην αρχαιότητα και των μεσαίων. Η πρώτη αξιοποίηση των θερμοπυλών γίνεται από τους ίδιους Σπαρτιάτες τον 4ο αιώνα π.Χ., όταν έδειχναν ως μέγιστη απόδειξη της ανδρείας τους το τρόπαιο που είχε στήσει ο Ξέρξης στις θερμοπύλες. Οι θερμοπύλες ήταν η απάντηση των Σπαρτιατών στον μαραθώνα των Αθηναίων. Στα μεσαιωνικά χειρόγραφα, ο Λεωνίδας απεικονίζεται στον πλευρό σταυροφόρων ενάντια στους μουσουλμάνους, με τον Ξέρξη να βρίσκεται στο αντίπαλο στρατόπεδο. Ο Λεωνίδας επίσης θα γίνει το σύμβολο του γενναίου και συνετού βασιλιά απέναντι στον κακό διεκδικητή του θρόνου. Για τους φιλέλληνες εκπροσώπους του διαφωτισμού, οι Έλληνες έπρεπε να στηριχθούν σε μάχες σαν των Θερμοπυλών για να απελευθερωθούν. Αλλά ας έρθουμε τώρα στο σύγχρονο ελληνικό κράτος, ξεκινώντας ήδη από την εποχή της Επανάστασης. Στην επαναστατική διακήρυξη που εξέδωσε από το Ιάσιο της Μολδοβλαχίας ο Αλέξανδρος Υψηλάτης, μάχου υπερπίστεως και πατρίδος, που σηματοδοτεί την έναρξη της Ελληνικής Επανάστασης, ο Λεωνίδας και οι 300 είναι παρόντες. Εκείνους θα πρέπει να μιμηθούν οι επαναστάτες Έλληνες. Έτσι, με την έναρξη της Επανάστασης, οι περισσότεροι αγωνιστές θα ταυτιστούν με τους ήρωες της αρχαιότητας, με πρώτο τον Αθανάσιο Διάκο. Ο Διάκος, που πολέμησε στην Αλαμάνα, θα διαδοθεί ότι έπεσε στις Θερμοπύλες, εκεί όπου έπεσε και ο Λεωνίδας. Η ταύτιση των δύο μορφών δεν βασίστηκε μόνο στη γειτονία των τόπων που πολέμησαν και πέθαναν, αλλά και σε άλλες ομοιότητες. Πρώτον, και στις δύο περιπτώσεις πρόκειται για ήττες που δεν συνέβαλαν στρατιωτικά, αλλά ηθικά στον πόλεμο ενάντια στους εχθρούς και έγιναν σύμβολα αγώνα. Οι Θερμοπύλες μάλιστα σε παγκόσμια κλίμακα. Δεύτερον, ο αντίπαλός τους προσπάθησε να τους δελεάσει με τιμές και αξιώματα. Τρίτον, και οι δύο ήρωες υπέστησαν το σωματικό εξευτελισμό από τους αντιπάλους, ανασκολοπισμός διάκου, αποκεφαλισμός και τοποθέτηση σε ένα ακόντιο της κεφαλής του Λεωνίδα. Και τέταρτον, δεν συμμετείχαν στους εμφύλιους της εποχής τους, ούτε εξαργύρωσαν εν ζωή την πράξη τους. Εδώ αξίζει να επισημανθεί ότι στη δυτική φιλελληνική συνείδηση του 19ου αιώνα, με τον Λεωνίδα ταυτίζεται ο Μπότσαρης και όχι ο Διάκος, λόγω των πινάκων του Ντελακρουά και του Λιπαρίνη. Ακόμη όμως και έτσι, η ιστορία του Λεωνίδα ήταν κάτι γνωστό, αλλά όχι και τόσο πιστευτό ανάμεσα στους αγράμματους αγωνιστές του 21. Χαρακτηριστικός είναι ο διάλογος ανάμεσα στον Τσάμι Καρατάσο και το γραμματικό του αναγνώστη οικονόμου, όταν ο Καρατάσος φρουρούσε τις Θερμοπύλες τον Αύγουστο του 1829 και βασανίζονταν από τα κουνούπια. Καρατάσος. Πώς τον έλεγαν εκείνο τον αρχαίο που πολέμησε εδώ με 300 ανθρώπους, 1 μιλιούνι Τούρκους? Οικονόμου. Λεωνίδα καπετάνιο. Καρατάσος. Πες μου πώς έγινε. Οικονόμου. Διηγείται την ιστορία. Καρατάσος. Δεν λένε ότι τον έφεραν τα κουνούπια μαζί με τους συντρόφους του και δεν βρήκαν κανέναν οι εχθροί και πέρασαν, αλλά λένε ότι φωνεύτηκαν? Ο Καρατάσος θα αποσυρθεί από τις Θερμοπύλες, νικημένος από τα κουνούπια, και ο Ασλάν Μπέης, ξεκινώντας από το Ζητούνι, τη Λαμία, θα φτάσει στη Βιωτία για να ιτηθεί από τον Δημήτριο Υψηλάδη στη μάχη της Πέτρας, την τελευταία μάχη της Επανάστασης. Από τα μέσα λοιπόν της δεκαετίας του 50 και εξής, η ταύτιση του Διάκου με τον Λεωνίδα θα παγιωθεί και θα αποκτήσει επιστημονικό υπόβαθρο μέσα από τις μελέτες του Φιλίμωνα και του Γεωργίου Κρέμου. Ο δεύτερος είναι αυτός που θα ξεκινήσει όλη την προσπάθεια για την ανέγερση του Ανδριάδα του Διάκου στη Λαμία. Η ταύτιση αυτή σχετίζεται με την προσπάθεια σύνδεσης του νέου ελληνικού κράτους με το αρχαίο παρελθόν του από τον Κωνσταντίνο Παπαρηγόπουλο, που τότε εκδίδει το πολύτομο έργο της ιστορίας του ελληνικού έθνους από αρχαιοτάτων χρόνων μέχρι τον νεωτέρο. Την ίδια εποχή θα στηθούν μπροστά στην Ακαδημία, στην Εθνική Βιβλιοθήκη και το Πανεπιστήμιο, δίπλα-δίπλα οι Ανδριάδες του Κοραή, του Ρίγα Φεραίου, του Καποδίστρια, του Πατριάρχη Γρηγορίου του Πέμπτου, του Σοκράτη και του Πλάτωνα. Ο συμβολισμός είναι σαφής. Η αξιοποίηση θα παραμείνει σε επίπεδο ιδεολογίας και κατά τον ατυχή πόλεμο του 1897, όταν ο ελληνικός στρατός, οπισθοχωρώντας άτακτα, θα οχυρωθεί στις Θερμοπύλες. Κατά τις εξκαφές για τη διάνοιξη ορυγμάτων από το πυροβολικό, θα εντοπιστεί, σύμφωνα με τα δημοσιεύματα του τύπου, ο τάφος των 300, που γρήγορα θα μετατραπεί στον τάφο του Λεωνίδα, ενώ κάπου εκεί αναφέρθηκε ότι βρέθηκε και ένα άγαλμα αρτέρου νίκης. Η αρχαιολογική εταιρεία θα στείλει αρχικά τον Ανδρέα Σκιά και επειδή θα συνεχιστούν οι φήμες, αργότερα θα στείλει τον Παναγιώτη Καστριώτη. Θα διαπιστώσουν ότι οι τάφοι ήταν ρωμαϊκών χρόνων. Και κατά τις ανασκαφές δεν θα βρουν στοιχεία που να σχετίζονται με τα γεγονότα του 480 π.Χ. Οι διαδόσεις αυτές, κατά τη γνώμη μου, προήλθαν από τον Γεώργιο Κρέμο, που εκείνη την εποχή ήταν γυμνασιάρχης στη Λαμία. Ο Κρέμος, εκτός από κύριος εμπνευστής της ανέγερσης του Ανδριάδα του Διάκου, ήταν από τους ιδρυτές της Εθνικής Εταιρείας, μιας παρακρατικής οργάνωσης που θεωρήθηκε υπεύθυνη για τον ανεύθυνο πόλεμο του 1897. Η απόδειξη, πιστεύω, για την εμπλοκή του στο θέμα του τάφου των 300 είναι μια φωτογραφία από το προσωπικό του αρχείο, όπου ένοπλος ποζάρει μαζί με σημαίνοντα πρόσωπα της κοινωνίας της Λαμίας μπροστά σε ένα λοφίσκο. Ο ίδιος ο Κρέμος έχει υπομνηματίσει τη φωτογραφία «Ο τάφος του Λεωνίδου». Πίσω από αυτή την προσπάθεια κρύβεται μια επιχείρηση ανόρθωσης του ηθικού του στρατεύματος και του κύρους του διαδόχου που ήταν επικεφαλής του. Ο Κωστής Παλαμάς θα επικρίνει την όλη προσπάθεια με άρθρο του στην εφημερίδα Ακρόπολη. Παρ' όλα αυτά, ο Λεωνίδας θα ξαναπροβάλλει μέσα από τη μεγάλη ιδέα το 1903 στην τελετή αποκάλυψης του Ανδριάτα Διάκου στη Λαμία. Ο εορταστικός λόγος του Αριστομένη Προβελέγγιου θα συνδέσει τον ήρωα του 1821 με τον Λεωνίδα και τους 300, με τον Λεωνίδα και τους 300, όπως επίσης και με τις ελπίδες του έθνους. Αυτό το έτος θα διαλέξει ο Κωνσταντίνος Καβάφης για να δείξει με το γνωστό ποίημά του ότι οι Θερμοπύλες είναι πολύ περισσότερα από ένα πολεμιστή αρχαίο πρόγονο που πρέπει να μιμηθεί ο ελληνισμός για να απελευθερώσει τους αλήτρωτους αδελφούς. Η δεκαετία του 1930 χαρακτηρίζεται από τον εκχριστιανισμό του Λεωνίδα, που στα έργα του Κωνσταντίνου Παρθένη απεικονίζεται να υποδέχεται το Διάκο στο χριστιανικό παράδεισο. Στην επέτειο των 100 χρόνων από την Επανάσταση του 1821, η εθνική και θρησκευτική σύνδεση των δύο κόσμων, της αρχαίας Ελλάδας και του νέου ελληνικού κράτους, ολοκληρώθηκε. Η επόμενη απόπειρα αξιοποίησης των Θερμοπυλών θα γίνει από τον Σπύρο Μαρινάτο με την ανασκαφή του Πολωνού, Μάιος-Ιούνιος 1939, που έγινε με έξοδα της Αμερικανίδας Elizabeth Hamlin Hunt, η οποία συμμετείχε και στην ανασκαφή. Ο Μαρινάτος θα παρουσιάσει τα αποτελέσματα στο 6ο Συνέδριο Κλασικής Αρχαιολογίας του Βερολίνου. Η ανακοίνωση θα προκαλέσει το ενδιαφέρον των μελών της ναζιστικής κυβέρνησης, τα οποία ο Μαρινάτος θα χαρακτηρίσει πολύ αντιπαθητικά. Στη Γερμανία, ήδη από τις αρχές του 19ου αιώνα, τα ιδανικά της αρχαίας Σπάρτης είχαν ιδιαίτερη θέση στα γερμανικά σχολεία της ανώτερης τάξης. Οι απόφοιτοι των σχολείων προορίζονταν για ανώτερες θέσεις στον προσωπικό στρατό και αργότερα στη Βέρμαχτ. Είναι χαρακτηριστικό ότι ο Γκέρινγκ απευθύνει παραλλαγμένο το γνωστό επίγραμμα του Σιμονίδη στον πολιορκούμενο στρατό του Φον Πάουλους στο Στάλιγκραντ, ενώ και ο Χίτλερ παρομοιάζει με τις Θερμοπύλες την άμυνα στο Βερολίνο τον Απρίλιο του 1945. Αμέσως μετά, το φθινόπωρο του 1939, ο Μαρινάτος θα περιοδεύσει στις Ηνωμένες Πολιτείες, όπου η διδασκαλία του Σπαρτιατικού ιδεώδους κυριαρχούσε στο West Point Academy. Ωστόσο, οι διαλέξεις στον Μπάφαλο και την Βοστόνη δεν είχαν ως στόχο τους Αμερικανούς αξιωματούχους, αλλά την ελληνική ομογένεια, η οποία διενήργησε εράνους υπέρ της ελληνικής πολεμικής αεροπορίας. Με την εισβολή των γερμανικών στρατευμάτων θα δοθεί στις Θερμοπύλες τελευταία μάχη στην υπηρετική Ελλάδα από Νεοζηλανδούς στις 24 Απριλίου 1941, ενώ ο ελληνικός στρατός είχε συνυπολογίσει μία ημέρα πριν. Η επιλογή του Μπέρναρτ Φράιμπεργκ να αμυνθεί στις Θερμοπύλες και όχι στα στενά του Δομοκού ήταν μια επιλογή που στηριζόταν στις κλασικές σπουδές του. Η αφίσα της New York Daily Mirror το αποδεικνύει. Όμως και αυτή τη φορά οι εχθροί θα περάσουν. Οι Γερμανοί, ως νέοι 300, θα κάνουν το μπάνιο τους στις θερμές πηγές και θα αναπαραστήσουν τη μάχη των Θερμοπυλών φέροντας την ναζιστική σημαία. Στα 1949, στα πλαίσια του σχεδίου Marshall, θα γυριστεί ένα ντοκιμαντέρ από τον David Kurland που θα κυκλοφορήσει το 1950. Η υπόθεση αφορά την αξιοποίηση των πλημμυρισμένων από τα νερά του Στερχιού εδαφών στην Ανθήγη, ένα μικρό χωριό μετά τις Θερμοπύλες. Στην Ανθήγη θα καλλιεργηθεί ρύζι με τις οδηγίες του Walter Packard, ειδικού στον τομέα της γεωργίας. Το εγχείρημα θα επιτύχει και η ταινία θα ονομαστεί Victory at Thermopylae. 5 χρόνια αργότερα θα γυριστεί ένα ακόμη ντοκιμαντέρ με τίτλο Thermopylae που θα παιχτεί στην εκπομπή του Edward Murrow, See It Now, στο αμερικάνικο κανάλι CBS και το θέμα του είναι η επιστροφή του Walter Packard στην Ανθήγη. Το φιλμ αρχίζει με αναφορές στις Θερμοπύλες του 480 π.Χ. στην προσφορά των ΗΠΑ στον πόλεμο με τους κομμουνιστές και στο πρόγραμμα Marshall. Packard θα δείξει πώς βελτιώθηκε η ζωή των κατοίκων με το σχέδιο Marshall και αποδίδει τη φτώχεια της περιοχής στον κομμουνισμό. Το εγχείρημα της Ανθήγης για τον Packard είναι μία νίκη της δημοκρατίας. Ο Μόρου κλείνει την εκπομπή λέγοντας προς τον αμερικανικό λαό: εσύ που πληρώνεις φόρους, να ξέρεις ότι έχεις ένα μερίδιο της νίκης στις Θερμοπύλες. Η ιδεολογική και η οικονομική αξιοποίηση είναι στην άνθησή της. Λίγες ημέρες αργότερα θα στηθεί το μνημείο των Θερμοπυλών με δαπάνες του τάγματος των υποτών των Θερμοπυλών. Πρόκειται για μια ομάδα Αμερικανών ομογενών που ιδρύθηκε από τον Χάρι Μπούρα, επίτιμο πρόεδρο των Αχέπανς, με καταγωγή από το Παλαμάρι της Αρκαδίας. Η αρχική ιδέα, βέβαια, ήταν του Γεωργίου Δουσμάνη, ομογενή από τη Λακωνία, αλλά δεν υλοποιήθηκε λόγω του πολέμου. Τα γλυπτά του μνημείου είναι έργα του Βάσου Φαγερέα από τη Γαρδαμίγη, ο οποίος θα φιλοτεχνήσει και τον Ανδριάντα του Λεωνίδα που θα στηθεί στη Σπάρτη το 1969. Οι ίδιοι υπότες θα ανεχείρουν και τον Ανδριάντα του Λικούργου στη Σπάρτη, θα στηθεί λίγες ημέρες μετά το μνημείο των Θερμοπυλών, έργο του Αμερικανού γλύπτη Άβαρτ Φέρμπανς. Οι Αχέπανς έφτασαν με το υπεροκειάνιο Φρυδερίκη και ακολούθησε τριήμερος εορτασμός με δεξιώσεις από τον Δήμο Αθηναίων, την Αμερικάνικη Πρεσβεία και τις τράπεζες. Δόθηκε συναυλία στο Ηρώδειο με το έργο του Λιρόι Ρόμπερτσον, Συμφωνία των Θερμοπυλών και παραδοσιακούς χορούς του Λυκείου Ελληνίδων. Τα αποκαλυπτήρια του μνημείου έγιναν στις 30 Ιουνίου 1955, παρουσία της βασιλικής οικογένειας. Λόγους εκφώνησαν η Χάρη Μπούρας, Σπύρος Μαρινάτος, ο δήμαρχος Σπάρτης Βενιζέλος Ζερβέας και ο δήμαρχος Λαμίας Ιωάννης Παπασιόπουλος. Ο δήμαρχος Λαμίας δεξιώθηκε τους επισήμους και ακολούθησαν αθλοπαιδιές, επίδειξη ζιου-ζίτσου στο γυμναστήριο της πόλης και λαμπαδιδρομίες. Στα δημοσιεύματα της εποχής διακρίνει κανείς κάποια κατάλοιπα του μακαρθισμού. Την θέση του όμως έχει αντικαταστήσει στο περισσότερο ενωτικό δόγμα του ανήκουμεν εις τη Δύση. Η Ελλάδα είναι πλέον μέλος του ΝΑΤΟ, οπότε το φάντασμα του κομμουνισμού μπορεί να περιμένει για την επόμενη δεκαετία. Ένα χρόνο αργότερα, το 1956, θα δοθεί μια θεατρική παράσταση στις Θερμοπύλες με θέματα γεγονότα του 480 π.Χ. από μια ομάδα αλκήμων. Έχει ενδιαφέρον ότι την εποχή που δημιουργούνται στην Ευρώπη τόποι μνήμης για τον Β' Παγκόσμιο Πόλεμο ή μνημεία σχετιζόμενα με τον ψυχρό πόλεμο, στην Ελλάδα δημιουργείται ένας τόπος μνήμης για την αρχαιότητα. Οι λόγοι είναι ποικίλοι. Από πλευράς Αχέπανς είναι λόγοι πατριωτικοί, ενώ για το ελληνικό κράτος η αρχαιότητα ήταν μια περισσότερο ασφαλής επιλογή από θεματολογίες που έφερναν στο νου τον εμφύλιο από τον οποίο μόλις είχε βγει. Φυσικά υπήρχαν και προσωπικοί λόγοι που δεν είναι της παρούσης. Το μνημείο των Θερμοπυλών, όπως και κάθε μνημείο, είναι δημιούργημα της εποχής του. Η δεκαετία του 50 είναι η περίοδος που η Ελλάδα εντάσσεται στη σφαίρα επιρροής των ΗΠΑ με την είσοδό της στο ΝΑΤΟ και ευνοείται ποικιλοτρόπως από τα κονδύλια του σχεδίου Μάρσαλ. Είναι όμως και η περίοδος της ενοικοδόμησης. Η ανέγερση του μνημείου δεν είναι άσχετη με την ανασυγκρότηση, κύριο σύνθημα του εθνικού συναγερμού και επίσης με τον σχεδιασμό που είχε ξεκινήσει ο Κωνσταντίνος Καραμανλής ως Υπουργός Υποδομών στην κυβέρνηση Παπάδου και στη συνέχεια ως Πρωθυπουργός της Εθνικής Ριζοσπαστικής Ένωσης. Ο Καραμανλής θα αξιοποιήσει τον πολιτισμό μέσω των δημοσίων έργων, αποβλέποντας την αύξηση του τουρισμού, ανάπλαση και αξιοποίηση του χώρου της Ακρόπολης, οικοδόμηση νέων μουσείων στην Ολυμπία, Δελφούς, Θεσσαλονίκη, επέκταση Μουσείου Ακρόπολης και Εθνικού Αρχαιολογικού Μουσείου, Φεστιβάλ Αθηνών. Δεν είναι τυχαίο ότι το 1955 αρχίζει η δεύτερη θητεία του Σπυρίδωνα Μαρινάτου ως Γενικού Διευθυντή Αρχαιοτήτων, ο οποίος ήδη από το 1928 είχε εκφράσει την ανάγκη σύνδεσης της αρχαιολογίας με τον τουρισμό. Επίσης, η χάραξη της Εθνικής Οδού Αθηνών Θεσσαλονίκης και η ενίσχυση του τουρισμού με την κατασκευή των ξενοδοχείων Ξενία έχει ως στόχο την προσέλκυση τουριστών από τις ΗΠΑ, κυρίως ομογενών. Την ίδια περίοδο αρχίζει νέα προσπάθεια αξιοποίησης των ιαματικών λουτρών με κύριο στόχο την ομογένεια. Λόγω ακριβώς αυτών των εξελίξεων, τα Καμένα Βούρλα, ένα άσημο χωριό της Φθιώτιδας, δίπλα στις Θερμοπύλες, θα αναδειχθούν σε μία από τις περισσότερες γνωστές και αχμάζουσες μητροπόλεις της Ελλάδας. Ταυτόχρονα, οι Θερμοπύλες που βρίσκονταν πάνω ακριβώς στη χάραξη της Εθνικής Οδού θα γίνουν το κύριο τοπόσιμό της για 40 χρόνια, μέχρι δηλαδή την κατασκευή του νέου οδικού άξονα στη δεκαετία του 1990. Αν και τα πρώτα υδροθεραπευτήρια και ξενοδοχεία είχαν ήδη κατασκευαστεί στα Καμένα Βούρλα στη δεκαετία του 30, παρέμειναν ένα χωριό, όπως δείχνουν φωτογραφίες της εποχής. Τα Καμένα Βούρλα μετατρέπονται σε Μητρόπολη από το β' μισό της δεκαετίας του 50 και στις αρχές του 60, όταν μπορεί κανείς πλέον με τη νέα εθνική οδό να φτάσει σε 2 ώρες, όταν πριν χρειάζονταν 5. Θα μετατραπούν σε θέρετρο, το οποίο θα τιμήσουν πολιτικοί και σκηνοθέτες. Πολλές από τις ταινίες του ελληνικού κινηματογράφου θα γυριστούν εκεί. Εκτός από τους απλούς πολίτες, τα Καμένα Βούρλα άρχισαν να υποδέχονται και πλήθος εγχώριων και αλλοδαπών προσωπικότητων του πολιτικού, καλλιτεχνικού και επιχειρηματικού στερεώματος. Ανάμεσα σε αυτούς, ο Κωνσταντίνος Καραμανλής, ο Αριστοτέλης Ωνάσης, ο βασιλιάς της Σαουδικής Αραβίας Ιμπν Σαούντ, ο βασιλιάς της Λιβύης Ίντρικ. Και αν κανείς αμφιβάλλει για την τουριστική τους ανάπτυξη και τη σχέση της τουριστικής τους ανάπτυξης με το μνημείο των Θερμοπυλών, δεν έχει παρά να διαβάσει τον επικήρυδιο για τον Μπούρα από τον φίλο του Μουσμούλη, ο οποίος λέει ότι κάθε χρόνο 100.000 Αμερικάνοι επισκέπτονται το μνημείο. Αν και ο αριθμός είναι εμφανώς εξογκωμένος, η αναφορά του δείχνει τη σημασία που είχε το μνημείο για τους ομογενείς. Στην τουριστική αυτή διαχείριση των ελληνικών αρχαιοτήτων θα έρθει να συμβάλλει το φιλμ «Ο Λέων της Σπάρτης» ή «Οι 300 Σπαρτιάτες» της 20th Century Fox. Ιδιοκτήτης της εταιρείας ήταν τότε ο ομογενής Σπύρος Σκούρας. Το ελληνικό κράτος θα υποστηρίξει την ταινία με χιλιάδες στρατιώτες, μπομπάρσους και φοροαπαλλαγές προς την εταιρεία. Ήταν μια ταινία χαμηλού κόστους που έφερε μεγάλα έσοδα και άφησε ένα υπολογίσιμο ποσό στην τοπική κοινωνία. Κυρίως όμως διαφήμισε την Ελλάδα ως τουριστικό προορισμό στις ΗΠΑ. Η ταινία κλείνει με 2 πλάνα, το μνημείο στις Θερμοπύλες και τον Παρθενώνα, και θα τη δουν εκατομμύρια θεατές στις ΗΠΑ. Την ίδια εποχή θα κυκλοφορήσει η είδηση ότι βρέθηκε κομμάτι επιγραφής με τη λέξη Θερμοπύλες από το πρώτο μνημείο της μάχης του Άλαμου στο Τέξας. Γενικά, από τα μέσα της δεκαετίας του 50 και στη δεκαετία του 60 αλλάζει το δόγμα της οργάνωσης του στρατού των Ηνωμένων Πολιτειών που αρχίζει να μετατρέπεται σε επαγγελματικός. Το μοτίβο του άνδρα πολεμιστή είναι απόλυτα συμβατό με το σπαρτιατικό ιδεώδες που κυριαρχεί στην West Point Academy, σύμφωνα με ιστορικούς στρατιωτικούς αναλυτές της ίδιας της Ακαδημίας. Την ίδια εποχή, χιλιάδες πεζοναύτες του Αμερικάνικου στόλου αποβιβάζονται στον Πειραιά και επισκέπτονται τις ελληνικές αρχαιότητες. Οι Θερμοπύλες και ο Λεωνίδας γίνονται πλέον ένα διεθνές brand name που το ελληνικό κράτος θα χρησιμοποιήσει όπου μπορεί. Χαρακτηριστικό παράδειγμα είναι ο δορυφορικός σταθμός που θα θεμελιωθεί το 1969. Ο σταθμός, αν και βρίσκεται στον Μόλο, αρκετά μακριά από τις Θερμοπύλες, θα ονομαστεί δορυφορικός σταθμός Θερμοπυλών. Το 1971 θα διοργανωθούν και τα πρώτα Θερμοπύλια, ένας αγώνας ράλι με τρακτέρ στα γειτονικά χωράφια. Το σύνθημα της εκκίνησης θα δώσει ο νούμερο 2 της Χούντας Στυλιανός Πατρακός. Κυρίως όμως θα διαδοθούν ως σύμβολο, όχι μόνο στο στράτευμα, αλλά και στην ελληνική κοινωνία. Πλέον, όσοι στην Ελλάδα αντιμάχονται μια κεντρική πολιτική, φιλούν Θερμοπύλες. Για να συνεχίσουμε όμως την ιστορία μας, οι λουτροπόλεις της Ελλάδας με ελάχιστες εξαιρέσεις θα μαραζώσουν από τα μέσα της δεκαετίας του 80 και εξής, λόγω των αλλαγών, τον τρόπο ζωής και λόγω έλλειψης ενδιαφέροντος από πλευράς του ελληνικού κράτους. Ήδη από τη δεκαετία του 60, ο τουρισμός των πλάζ ανταγωνίζεται τον ιαματικό τουρισμό και ο πρώτος θα κερδίσει το παιχνίδι στη δεκαετία του 80, όταν ο δεύτερος ταυτίστηκε με την τρίτη ηλικία. Ακόμη και οι Λουτροπόλεις, που μπορούσαν να προσφέρουν και τα δύο είδη αναψυχής, παρήκμασαν. Εντυψώς, καμένα βούλου. Σε αυτό συνέτειναν οι εξελίξεις στη φαρμακολογία, η υποβάθμιση των θελημάτων του θερμαλισμού από τους Έλληνες ιατρούς, που απέκτησαν στενές σχέσεις με τις φαρμακευτικές εταιρείες, και η περικοπή από πλευράς κράτους των δαπανών για συνταγογράφηση ιαματικών λουτρών. Αυτό οδήγησε στην εγκατάλειψη και ερίπωση των ξενοδοχείων λουτροθεραπείας στα καμένα βούρλα και στις θερμοπύλες. Επίσης, με την ολοκλήρωση του νέου οδικού άξονα στις αρχές της δεκαετίας του 2000, το μνημείο βρέθηκε εκτός της διαδρομής Αθηνών-Θεσσαλονίκης. Οι χρήστες της Εθνικής Οδού δεν έχουν πλέον οπτική επαφή με το μνημείο και αυτό ακυρώνει τη βασική χρήση κάθε μνημείου, την εκπομπή μηνυμάτων προς τον θεατή. Η αντιμετώπιση διεθνώς μετά το Millennium των ιαματικών λουτρών ως μια ολιστική εμπειρία, διασκέδαση κλπ. Και όχι απλά ως μια ιαματική πρακτική, έδειξε το δρόμο στο ελληνικό κράτος. Η αντίδρασή του όμως ήταν ως συνήθως αργή. Η αναδιοργάνωση του νομικού πλαισίου έγινε μόλις το 2006 και 3 χρόνια μετά ήρθε η οικονομική κρίση και τα μνημόνια. Πλέον, πολλά από τα ξενοδοχεία, οι ιαματικά κέντρα πέρασαν στην ιδιοκτησία του Ταμείου Αξιοποίησης Ιδιωτικής Περιουσίας του Δημοσίου και η διάθεσή τους σε ιδιώτες επιχειρηματίες είναι ο λόγος της νέας αξιοποίησης των θερμοπυλών. Ήδη από το 2016 δημοσιεύτηκαν μελέτες για κατασκευές που θα καταλάμβαναν όλο τον χώρο των θερμοπυλών. Ευτυχώς, κατά την άποψή μου, δεν εφαρμόστηκαν. Πριν από λίγους μήνες, έλαβε χώρα στο ενημερωτικό κέντρο θερμοπυλών το πρώτο θερμοπύλε φόρουμ. Λίγες ημέρες πριν, κατακυρώθηκαν σε επιχειρηματικό όμιλο τα ερειπωμένα ξενοδοχεία και το υδροθεραπευτήριο των καμένων βούρλων και θα ακολουθήσουν το ξενοδοχείο και το υδροθεραπευτήριο στις θερμοπύλες. Από τις 5 συνεδρίες του φόρουμ, μόνο μία ήταν αφιερωμένη στον πολιτισμό. Όλες οι άλλες ήταν αφιερωμένες στην οικονομία. Στη μία αυτή συνεδρίαση συμμετείχαν η Υπουργός Πολιτισμού, οι υποψήφιοι βουλευτές της Αντιπολίτευσης και ο Υπουργός Οικονομικών. Η Υπουργός Πολιτισμού ανακοίνωσε την ανάδειξη του αρχαιολογικού χώρου με την κατασκευή μονοπατιών για τους επισκέπτες και τον εμπλουτισμό του ενημερωτικού κέντρου με νέο υλικό. Ο Υπουργός Οικονομικών συνέδεσε την ανάδειξη του χώρου με την αξιοποίηση του ιαματικού τουρισμού και με το πρόγραμμα του Δήμου Λαμιαίων. Το πρόγραμμα αυτό προβλέπει τη δημιουργία ενός πολιτιστικού τριγώνου, Θερμοπύλες, Αλαμάνα, Βουργοπόταμος, με ανακατασκευή της γέφυρας της Αλαμάνας και του Χανίου της Οθωμανικής περίοδου που βρισκόταν δίπλα της. Η τουριστική αξιοποίηση των αρχαιολογικών χώρων, κατά τη γνώμη μου, είναι ο μονόδρομος για τη διάσωσή τους. Ωστόσο, για να επαναλάβω την άποψη του Μαρίνου Καλιγά τον Οκτώβριο του 1955 για το Μνημείο των Θερμοπυλών, η ανάδειξή τους δεν είναι ζήτημα πολιτικής απόφασης και της ιδιωτικής πρωτοβουλίας. Πρέπει να είναι αντικείμενο συζήτησης στην κοινωνία, στην οποία συζήτηση σαφώς και έχουν θέση οι πολιτικοί και οι εκπρόσωποι των ιδιωτικών φορέων, αλλά όχι μόνο. Η συμμετοχή επιστημόνων, αρχαιολόγων, ιστορικών, μουσιολόγων, περιβαλλοντολόγων, αρχιτεκτόνων του τοπίου είναι επιβεβλημένη. Οι θερμοπύλες μέχρι σήμερα αποτελούν ένα υπερτοπικό, παγκόσμιο σύμβολο που προβάλλεται πέρα και πίσω από τις μάχες. Συμβολίζει την αντίσταση των λίγων έναντι των πολλών, την υπακοή στους νόμους, την υπεροχή για κάποιους της δημοκρατίας έναντι στον δεσποτισμό, το υπαρκτό για κάποιους άλλους όριο μεταξύ δυτικού και μη δυτικού πολιτισμού. Είναι ένας χώρος ανοιχτός σε ερμηνείες, οπότε και στην εκμετάλλευση. Η διαχείριση του συμβολισμού του μέχρι τώρα από το νέο ελληνικό κράτος περιορίζεται στην αρχαιότητα, ενώ κάποιες φορές γίνεται και μία αναφορά στα γεγονότα του 1941. Σύμφωνα με τα έως τώρα γνωστά για το πρόγραμμα ανάδειξης του αρχαιολογικού χώρου, η προβολή της ιστορίας των Θερμοπυλών θα υλοποιηθεί με τη βοήθεια των νέων τεχνολογιών στο ενημερωτικό κέντρο Θερμοπυλών. Η ιστορία όμως του χώρου δεν είναι μόνο τα γεγονότα του 480 π.Χ., ούτε καν τα γεγονότα της αρχαιότητας. Είναι τα γεγονότα από το 480 π.Χ. μέχρι σήμερα και όχι μόνο. Η ιστορία είναι και το βάρος που κουβαλούν οι Θερμοπύλες ως υπερτοπικό σύμβολο ανά τους αιώνες. Θα βρει άραγε θέση όλη η ιστορία των Θερμοπυλών στο νέο εγχείρημα? I added something yesterday at night. I'll say it in English. When I prepared my PowerPoint, I hesitated whether to add or not this last slide. After the yesterday's political developments, the slide has become even more relevant. If you know, the Supreme Court of Greece banned the party of the prisoner number 2 in the hierarchy of the Golden Dawn. And after that, he said he's going to support a party called the Spartans. Ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Ευχαριστώ. What a wonderful set of slides. I want a copy.
Of course, you can take it.
And more information than I could follow, but a wonderful survey from 1821 to the present. Any questions for George?
Καλημέρα σας. Θέλω να χρησιμοποιήσω το μικρόφωνο γιατί θέλω να μεταφραστεί αυτό που θα πω. Καταρχήν, συγχαρητήρια για τη διοργάνωση ενός τόσο εξαιρετικού συνεδρίου.
Definitely.
Ευχαριστούμε τον κύριο Ζάχο για την εμπεριστατωμένη έρευνα που ανέδειξε πώς έχει χρησιμοποιηθεί η Σπάρτη στο εξωτερικό και κυρίως από ευκαιρίες που χρειάστηκε να δημιουργήσουν μερικοί για να τονίσουν μία πλευρά της ιστορίας της Σπάρτης, η οποία όμως απεκδίεται από τα χαρακτηριστικά που τη δημιουργούν. Χαίρομαι διότι οι Θερμοπύλες είναι πραγματικά παγκόσμιο σύμβολο και πραγματικά μας κάνουν εμάς τους Σπαρτιάτες να είμαστε πάρα πολύ υπερήφανοι. Όμως δεν θα υπήρχαν Θερμοπύλες αν δεν υπήρχε η αγωγή των Σπαρτιατών, αν δεν υπήρχαν οι γυναίκες των Σπαρτιατών, αν δεν υπήρχε το σύστημα παιδείας και ανατροφής των παιδιών, δεν θα υπήρχαν Θερμοπύλες αν δεν υπήρχε το σύστημα διακυβέρνησης της Σπάρτης. Κατά συνέπεια, το να παρουσιαστεί η Σπάρτη σαν μια μιλιταριστική δύναμη, θεωρώ ότι είναι κακοποίηση της ιστορίας της Σπάρτης. Αυτό το πράγμα πρέπει να αποκατασταθεί και επειδή ο τίτλος της εισήγησής σας είναι πώς η ελληνική πολιτεία χρησιμοποιεί τις Θερμοπύλες, θεωρώ ότι η Σπάρτη έχει μείνει απροστάτευτη από την ελληνική πολιτεία. Και μόνο το γεγονός ότι 25 χρόνια τώρα προσπαθούμε να ολοκληρώσουμε μία μελέτη για το νέο αρχαιολογικό μουσείο που θα στεγάσει τη διαχρονική ιστορία της Σπάρτης, και μόνο αυτό το γεγονός δείχνει ότι η ελληνική πολιτεία έχει μείνει πολύ μακριά από τη Σπάρτη. Επίσης, το γεγονός ότι σε όλες αυτές τις εκδοχές που παρουσιάσατε η ελληνική πολιτεία δεν προσπάθησε ποτέ, μα ποτέ, να συνδέσει την δημιουργία αυτού του φαινομένου της Σπάρτης με όλο το επιστέγασμα, γιατί δεν είναι μόνο, όπως σας είπα, το τελικό αποτέλεσμα, είναι ότι έχει προηγηθεί για να οδηγήσει στο τελικό αποτέλεσμα. Αυτό λοιπόν επέτρεψε σε όλες αυτές τις ακραίες καταστάσεις να κακοποιήσουν το όνομα της Σπάρτης. Παρόλα αυτά όμως πρέπει να πούμε ότι παγκόσμια υπάρχουν πάρα πολλά πανεπιστήμια, πάρα πολλές πόλεις, πάρα πολλοί αθλητικοί οργανισμοί, πάρα πολλές αθλητικές ομάδες, πάρα πολλές επιχειρήσεις που στον τίτλο της ονομασίας τους φέρουν το όνομα Σπάρτης. Είναι ένα δίκτυο και εσείς στο Nottingham έχετε το τμήμα Σπαρτιατικών Σπουδών που δείχνει, όπως και σε άλλα πανεπιστήμια, που δείχνει ότι δεν μελετάτε το μιλιταριστικό εντός εισαγωγικών φαινόμενο, μελετάτε το φαινόμενο Σπάρτη. Άρα λοιπόν η αξία Σπάρτη είναι αυτή που δημιουργεί θερμοπύλες. Εγώ θέλω να σας ευχαριστήσω γιατί η εισήγηση σας είναι εξαιρετικά χρήσιμη και θα την αξιοποιήσουμε όσο μπορέσουμε. Ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Συμφωνώ απόλυτα. Αυτό που διαπίστωσα σε όλη τη μελέτη είναι ακριβώς αυτό το οποίο είπατε, ότι οι θερμοπύλες είναι αποκομμένες από τη Σπάρτη, έτσι, από το ελληνικό κράτος από το 19ο αιώνα μέχρι τώρα. Οι μόνες εκδηλώσεις οι οποίες γίνονται, και ευτυχώς που γίνονται αυτές, είναι κάποιοι οι οποίοι αποφασίζουν να περπατήσουν από τη Σπάρτη στις θερμοπύλες, συνδέοντας με τον προσωπικό τους αγώνα και τον προσωπικό κόπο, έτσι, τις δύο αυτές θέσεις, δηλαδή την πατρίδα αυτών που πέσανε εκεί, έτσι, και των θεσπιαίων, έτσι, φυσικά, έτσι, με τον ιστορικό αυτόν τόπο. Αυτή η σύνδεση πιστεύω ότι είναι το κλειδί, όπως είπατε, στο να δούμε τις θερμοπύλες με ένα άλλο μάτι. Εγώ έχω να πω ότι βλέποντας όλα αυτά τα συνέδρια τα οποία γίνονται κάθε φορά επί την αιγίδα του Δήμου Σπάρτης, εγώ ζηλεύω. Και ζηλεύω πολύ. Δηλαδή, πραγματικά βλέπω έναν, εσείς το ζείτε, εγώ είμαι εξωτερικός, εντάξει. ο λόγος μου δεν έχει τόση σημασία. Αλλά βλέποντας όλα αυτά, πραγματικά βλέπω την αγάπη που έχετε για τον τόπο σας και για την παράδοση και ότι οι τοπικές αρχές βοηθούν διαρκώς και είναι συνέχεια αρρωγή στο Πανεπιστήμιο, στην προσπάθεια του Πανεπιστημίου του Nottingham. Είναι πολύ σημαντική πληροφορία, γιατί το έχετε από αυτό τη μάρτυρα. Ναι, ναι. Ναι, ναι. Ναι, έτσι. Αυτό έχω εισπράξει και εγώ. Και υπάρχει πάρα πολύ αρχαιακό υλικό, το οποίο θα προσφύσει σε ένα κείμενο για τον συλλογικό τόμο που ετοιμάζει ο Ιαν Μόρις, που αφορούν ακριβώς το 1955 και την τελετή αυτή. Όλο το αρχαιακό υλικό που έχω συλλέξει θα αφορά αυτό. Οπότε, δεν έχει περισσότερες δεδομένες. Στο πολύ. Ναι. Είναι προπολεμική πρόταση αυτή, έτσι, και σταμάτησε το 39 λόγω του πολέμου. Ναι.
I think George has some interview, some people to interview about their memories of things that happened.
Yeah.
I think we should wrap up and go for coffee. Can we keep it to 10 minutes, please? Just grab something very quickly. Did the first questioner's speech get translated?
Από το παραδοσιακό μέχρι το μοντέρνο στυλ, κεραμοσκεπές και ξύλινες στέγες, πρωτότυπες κατασκευές με τις πιο αυστηρές προδιαγραφές. Ρουσιάκης Χρήστος. Αναλαμβάνουμε στέγες με όλους τους τύπους κεραμιδιών, στέγες με ασφαλτικά κεραμίδια, στέγες με επικάλυψη χαλκού, αναπαλαιώσεις παραδοσιακών στεγών, ειδικές ξύλινες κατασκευές, πέργολες. Οι κατασκευές μας σε όλη την Ελλάδα σας εξασφαλίζουν την άριστη λειτουργικότητα και εμφάνιση. Οι πέργολές μας κοσμούν τους ομορφότερους κήπους και βεράντες. Γραπτή εγγύηση για την εργασία μας. Ρουσιάκης Χρήστος, 210 83 17 064 και 693 22 98 144 και στο ίντερνετ keramoskeppes.gr.
Κι λόγια γράφω στο χαρτί, μα κόφκω τα φτερά του. Κλειδώνω τα να με φανεί, με λύπη με χαρά του. Αισθάνθηκε ο ποταμός, θωρεί με μαραζώνει. Γεμώνουσιν τα μάτια του και το νερό θολώνει. Ο έρωτας ο γητεύτης, εμπάντα τσίνος νικητής, του κόσμου κυβερνήτης. Μαντήρανος ο χαρισμός, βάρης αβάσταχτος καμός και πέτρο καταλήτης, και πέτρο καταλήτης.
Σε τόπον μακρινό, το φως μου δε σε βρίσκει.
Η αγκάλι μου γυρεύκησε κι ο γιατρευτή μην ίσχυ. Ο άνεμος ο Μερακλής χορεύκει μάνιχος του. Σε μας χαρίζει τη δροσιά, μα ο πόνος δικός του. Ο έρωτας ο γητεύτης, εμπάντα τσίνος νικητής, του κόσμου κυβερνήτης. Μαντήρανος ο χαρισμός, βάρης αβάσταχτος καμός και πέτρο καταλήτης, και πέτρο
Όμορφη πόλη, φωνές, μουσικές, απέραντι δρόμοι, κλεμμένες ματιές. Ο ήλιος χρυσίζει, χέρια σπαρμένα, βουνά και για πια πελάγια πλωμένα. Θα γίνεις δικιά μου πριν έρθει η νύχτα. Τα χλωμά, τα φώτα πριν ρίξουν δίχτυα. Θα γίνεις δικιά μου. Η νύχτα έφτασε, τα παράθυρα κλείσαν. Η νύχτα έπεσε, οι δρόμοι χαθήκαν.
Τα μάτια σου τα μαθήτα, στα αλήθινα τζαλαθήτα, ότι θεωρούν πενευκούν το, γελιούνται και πιστεύκούν το. Τα ψέματα που ξέρουσι να πούσει την αλήθεια, γλυκιά να συναφέρουσι τα πιο πικρά στολίδια. Έμαθα κι αγαπώ τα, σαν τα φιλιά τα πρώτα. Που τα μισά κλειδώνουν τα και τα άλλα φανερώνουν τα. Τα ψέματα που ξέρουσι να πούσει την αλήθεια, γλυκιά να συναφέρουσι κάποιο πικρά στολίδια. Έμαθα κι αγαπώ τα, σαν τα φιλιά τα πρώτα.
Πορφυρένια παπαρούνα και ζουμπούλιαζε λεφτά της αγάπης τα σημάδια, μαρτυράτε τα γραφτά της αγάπης τα σημάδια, μαρτυράτε τα γραφτά. Αχ, ψευδάς που μουλάχε, αχ, ψευδάς που μουλάχε. Αν ακόμα στην καρδιά του με κλειδώνει σιγανά, να σκορπάτε τα αρώμα σας, να μυρίζουν τα βουνά, να σκορπάτε τα αρώμα σας, να μυρίζουν τα βουνά. Αχ, ψευδάς που μουλάχε, αχ, ψευδάς που μουλάχε. Αν τυχόν και δε με θέλει κι η βρενάλη να αγαπά, τώρα εμπρός μου μαραθείτε, δώστε μου τη μαχαιριά. Τώρα εμπρός μου μαραθείτε, δώστε μου τη μαχαιριά.
Σύννεφων πας στον ουρανόν, θωρώ μαραζωμένο, μα τα ματούθια σου θωρούν λιοντάρι θυμωμένον, μα τα ματούθια σου θωρούν λιοντάρι θυμωμένο.
Πάνω στο ανέμου τα φτερά βουράσε να σε πιάσει, αρώνει σου κι αρωθήμας και σκοτεινιάζει πλάση. Αρώνει σου κι αρωθήμας και σκοτεινιάζει πλάση. Που μες στα νέφη ολόφωτος ο ήλιος νεφανίσκει, βάλισε στην αγκάλι του κι ο φως σου μαρανίσκει. Βάλισε στην αγκάλι του κι ο φως σου μαρανίσκει. Άμα διψάσεις για νερό, φέρνω να σε δροσίσω, κι αν πεθυμίσεις τον χώρο, θα έρθω να τραγουδήσω. Κι αν πεθυμίσεις τον χώρο, θα έρθω να τραγουδήσω. Άστρα ψενή Ανατολή και ρόδισεν η Δύση.
υπεραρκής φωνάζω της και τη χαρά νηστεύω μόνο μες στην αγκάλι σου μπορώ και γαληνεύω μόνο μες στην αγκάλι σου φίλουν το μοσχολίβανο καμνού μου το χατήρι
λόγια γλυκιά μυρωδικά
πέμπω σου να θυμάσαι τη μέρα ναν πάρει ορκά τη νύχτα με φοάσαι
χάσαμε τα όνειρά μας που χαλάσαμε να έρθουν το πρωί. Χτυπά δυνατά να τα ακούσει το ξημέρωμα να μας φέρει το φανέρωμα την Ανατολή.
Με νεξέδες και ζουμπούλια και θαλάσσινα πουλιά, άμα δείτε την καλή μου χαιρετίσματα πολλά, άμα δείτε την καλή μου χαιρετίσματα πολλά, με νεξέδες και ζουμπούλια και θαλάσσινα πουλιά. Ήβαλα, πάμε γυαλό, γυαλό. Ήβαλα, μόνο εσένα αγαπώ. Αν εσύ δε μου το δώσεις το φιλί που σου ζητώ, θα στο πάρω με το ζόρι και θα είναι πιο γλυκό. Θα στο πάρω με το ζόρι και θα είναι πιο γλυκό. Αν εσύ δε μου το δώσεις το φιλί που σου ζητώ. Ήβαλα, πάμε γυαλό, γυαλό. Ήβαλα, μόνο εσένα αγαπώ.
Κι λόγια γράφω στο χαρτί, μα κόφκω τα φτερά τους. Κλειδώνω τα να με φανεί, με λύπη με χαρά τους. Αισθάθηκε ο ποταμός, θωρεί με μαραζώνει. Γεγονούσιν τα μάτια του και το νερό θολώνει. Ο έρωτας ο γητεύτης, εμπάντα τσίνος νικητής, του κόσμου κυβερνήτης. Μαν τυραννός ο χωρισμός, βάρης αβάσταχτος καμός και πέτρο καταλήτης, και πέτρο καταλήτης.
Σε τόπο όταν είσαι μακρινό, το φως μου δεν σε βρίσκει.
Η αγκάλι μου γυρεύκησε κι αγιάτρευτη μην ισχύει. Ο άνεμος ο Μερακλής χορεύκει μάνιχος του. Σε μασκαρίζει τη δροσιά, μα ο πόνος δικός του. Ο έρωτας ο γητεύτης, εμπαντατσίνος νικητής, του κόσμου κυβερνήτης. Μαντήρανος ο χαρισμός, βάρης αβάσταχτος καμός και πετροκαταλήτης, και
Όμορφη πόλη, φωνές, μουσικές, απέραντι δρόμοι, κλεμμένες ματιές. Ο ήλιος χρυσίζει, χέρια σπαρμένα, βουνά και για πια πελάγια πλωμένα. Θα γίνεις δικιά μου πριν έρθει η νύχτα. Τα χλωμά, τα φώτα πριν ρίξουν δίχτυα. Θα γίνεις δικιά μου. Η νύχτα έφτασε, τα παράθυρα κλείσαν. Η νύχτα έπεσε, οι δρόμοι χαθήκαν.
Τα μάτια σου τα μαθήτα, στα αλήθινα τζαλαθήτα, ότι θεωρούν πενευκούν το, γελιούνται και πιστεύκούν το. Τα ψέματα που ξέρουσι να πούσει την αλήθεια, γλυκιά να συναφέρουσι τα πιο πικρά στολίδια. Έμαθα κι αγαπώ τα, σαν τα φιλιά τα πρώτα. που τα μισά κλειδώνουν τα και τα άλλα φανερώνουν τα. Τα ψέματα που ξέρουν να πούσουν την αλήθεια γλυκιά να συναφέρουν κάποιο πικρά στολίδια. Έμαθα κι αγαπώ τα σαν τα φιλιά τα πρώτα.
Welcome back. I hope you had a decent break. We've had a few technical issues, which makes everything takes longer. It's all part of the interactive experience for us. Now we are turning to Professor Stephen Hopkinson, who is a name I'm sure you're all familiar with. Very important figure in Spartan studies. His work over the last decades has been fundamentally transformative as to how we even approach Spartan studies, and has influenced, I think, pretty much every aspect of Spartan studies' widest possible definition. Stephen will be talking today about far-right myths of Sparta.
Thank you very much, Ian. In my talk today, I want to discuss how the global far-right has appropriated ancient Sparta in recent years as a source of ideological legitimization. My focus at the start of my talk will be on the far right in the USA, hence my title, Spartans on the Capitol, and this image of one of the insurrectionists on January the 6th, 2021, wearing a replica Corinthian helmet modelled upon those worn by the Spartans in the film 200. However, I will then go on to expand my focus, looking first at the short-term context, Zack Snyder's 300 and development in US politics, and then the long-term context, what I call the transnational modern mirage of Spartan militarism. By recent, I mean since Snyder's 2006 film, whose iconic images of Spartans with their Corinthian helmets, their cloaks, and their lambda shields provide the imagery for many of the recent appropriations. However, it was not until the 2010s that far-right appropriation of Sparta became prominent in the USA, and I will highlight three particular strands which appeared in roughly chronological sequence. The first strand, which developed in the early 2010s, is the use by gun rights activists and the firearm industry of the phrase mono labe, come and take them, supposedly used by Leonidas at Thermopylae, when Xerxes is supposed to have demanded the Spartans hand over their arms. The gun lobby's use of mono labe as a rallying cry against restriction on the possession of firearms was not, of course, new, but its use dramatically increased in the early 2010s. So, Mono labe was the title of a 2013 film defending the Second Amendment, the right to keep and bear arms. And the film's pre-release trailer included a clip from 300 showing Leonidas brandishing his sword. The film, as you can see, was produced in association with a relatively new anti-government association, the Oath Keepers, founded in 2009, whose members were later prominent among the insurrectionists who invaded the Capitol building. A number of firearms firms incorporated mono labe into their name, such as Molo Navy Industries, a veteran-owned and operated company founded in 2012, and the online shop molonave.com, founded in 2011, which supplies firearms, accessories, and apparel. Most chilling is the Spartan range of semi-automatic pistols manufactured by Sig Sauer. The range began regular production in 2012 and was so successful that the Spartan 2 series was introduced in 2019. The pistols advertised with the slogan, which I boxed round in red, "History's most renowned pistol platform honours its most revered warriors." And the hand grips of the pistol show a face-on stylized Corinthian helmet above the phrase "Honor Nave," which is also engraved on one side of the barrel slide. And note the use of Greek lettering, showing the familiarity of the phrase to certain types of ordinary American gun owners. My second strand emerged in 2016, the use of scenes from the film 300 in support of Donald Trump's 2016 presidential campaign. In this YouTube video, it was more time, I'd actually play the video for a bit, but we'll have to just rely upon this image for the moment. This YouTube video was posted in May 2016 by someone with the white supremacist username Aryan Wisdom. And Trump, as you can see, is depicted as Leonidas as he deals forcibly with various enemies. These enemies include Barack Obama, who is the Persian envoy who visits Sparta demanding its submission, and whom Trump/Leonidas killed by kicking him down the well. Hillary Clinton is given a bit part role under the investor and philanthropist George Soros, who is depicted as King Xerxes. By the presidential election in November 2016, the video had been viewed over 2 million times. Slide, please. Such 300-style imagery intensified as the November election day drew near. On the 15th of October, one Twitter user, Total Fact Forum, posted an image of Trump applauding ranks of Spartan soldiers in a scene from the film. And as you can see, the tweet itself proclaimed, "From Sparta to Yorktown to America, from Leonidas to Washington to Trump, people fighting tyranny." 5 days later, Trump himself posted a tweet claiming that crooked Hillary Clinton allowed ISIS to rise. And in response, we have this tweet at the bottom of the slide from Deplorable Always at Anthony L. Dolman, who posted the statement laced with racist overtones. "We stand by you, Trump, just like Leonidas and the 300. We stand in the hot gates to stop Obama/Hillary and Persian/Muslim hordes." My third strand developed under Trump's presidency from 2017 to 2021, that is the use of Spartan symbols in mobilizing political violence. And this started very early in Trump's presidency. On the 15th of April, at a violent pro-Trump rally in Berkeley, California, which you can see on the right, one man carried a black flag sharing a Corinthian helmet in profile with the words "Molo Nave" misspelt "Molo Laps." Another particularly violent demonstrator, first one on the left, John Turano, whose subsequent nickname Based Spartan, wore a replica Corinthian helmet, and 12 days later, on April 27th, at a free speech rally organised by a coalition of conservative and far-right groups, Turano again wore his helmet for a second time, bearing, as you can see, a Star of David and an LGBTQ peace symbol. Prominent at the Berkeley rallies were the Oath Keepers group mentioned earlier. In August 2018, they announced a new program called Spartan Training Groups to help Americans acquire the skills needed to defend themselves from Antifa. Antifa is a loose coalition of left-wing anti-Trump activists. And according to the Keeper's own website, not shown here, the Spartans trained under this program, quote, will fall patriotic governor was the Constitution, or if called upon by President Trump to serve the nation. And the OT continued to actively promote the program throughout 2019 and early 2020 before the arrival of the COVID pandemic and lockdown. And that leads us back to the Capitol insurrection of January 6, 2021, in which the Oath Keepers played such a prominent coordinated role, as we now know from the court trial in which many of them have been convicted of such conspiracy. None of the Oath Keepers, to my knowledge, wore Spartan symbols on that day, but other insurrectionists did. And in addition to the title slide, we have here two more images. On the left, we see a man wearing a Trump 2020 Corinthian helmet, and on the right, a man waving two flags. Flag on the front is a yellow Gadsden flag. On the flag on the back, you can just see the word Αιώνα and Davies. And these Spartans on the Capitol, I think, were a clear development from earlier demonstrations going back to the Burglary in April 2017. Well, that's the evidence of the recent appropriations. There's other evidence that I've summarised for this talk. The short-term context is clearly Zack Snyder's film. All three strands have been galvanised by its popular impact. The movie's repetition of Αιώνα and Davies in the English translation Come and Get Them boosted the phrase's potency. The Trump Leonidas images relied directly on the movie's imagery, and the movie also inspired the wave of activists mobilising political violence. But we should note that the film's political impact did not start until the early 2010s, some 5 to 6 years after 300's release. And they occurred because, I think, of subsequent developments in US politics, and what Ian referred to earlier as perceived existential threats. The trigger for these threats was, I think, the election of Barack Obama as the first Black American president in November 2008. In far-right and white nationalist circles, this caused increased fears about federal interference and led to the creation of new anti-government groups focused on so-called militia activity. The Oath Keepers, for example, were founded in March 2009, just 2 months into Obama's presidency. And then Donald Trump's supporters capitalized on the white nationalist fears during his 2016 presidential campaign. And once Trump came to power, far-right groups then shifted their opposition away from the federal government and towards political violence against anti-Trump activists like Antifa. Moreover, the movie itself did not come out of the blue. Much of it, as many of you know, is a shot-for-shot adaptation of its source text, the graphic novel 300, 1998, by Frank Miller and Lynn Varney. And note that Miller was a consultant and executive producer for Zack Snyder's film, and in particular, the graphic novel shares the movie's glorification of Spartan martial violence. It's worth looking at the modern recommended readings cited in Miller's graphic novel. Hóros is in there, of course, but there's 3 modern works, The Hot Gates and 65, a travelogue by the British novelist William Golding, written for a popular holiday magazine, Thermopylae, The Battle for the West, 1980, a work of popular history by the British writer and broadcaster Ernest Bradford, and thirdly, The Western Way of War from 1989 by the US neoconservative military historian Victor Davis Hanson. Each of these works, as you can see from the quotes at the bottom of the slide, depicts the Spartans in extremely martial terms. For Golding, the Spartans were soldiers and nothing but soldiers. For Bradford, an inward-looking warrior race. For Hanson, a closed militaristic society. Clearly, by the late 20th century, in the English-speaking world, if not beyond, the idea of Spartan militarism was deeply ingrained in both academic and popular thought. And this was the message that Miller took from his recommended reading, the message that inspired his and Zack Snyder's portrayal of Spartans. Next slide. The roots of this widespread view lie, I believe, in a phenomenon which I call the modern mirage of Spartan militarism, a mirage created from the late 18th century onwards by the convergence of modern politics, classical scholarship, and popular culture. Today, I have time to mention only a few episodes in that complex historical convergence. First, a bit of context. From the Renaissance to the 18th century, most thinkers, especially those within the neoclassical or classical republican traditions, saw Sparta as a model ancient state with a beneficial balance of civic and military elements. Its martial discipline was viewed as underpinning essential civic goals, and we can see this in Machiavelli's linkage of good laws and good arms. These positive views were sometimes challenged, especially during the 18th century, but it remained a standard view until the American and French revolutions. In America, the founding fathers rejected Sparta as a suitable model for their new constitution. In two key works, both written in the context of the 1787 Federal Convention, John Adams and Alexander Hamilton both characterized Sparta in starkly martial terms. While Adams, Lycurgus legislation, quote, had the appearance of political liberty, but its civil liberty was little better than that of a man chained in a dungeon. It produced warriors and politicians, and nothing else. For Hamilton, Sparta was little better than a well-regulated camp, a symbol of the wars that he thought would occur between the different American states without a strong federal unified government. Similar ideas became dominant soon afterwards during the latter stages of the French Revolution. During the Thermidorian reaction after the overthrow of Robespierre in July 1974, idealization of Sparta was blamed the excesses of the recent terror. In his Leçons d'Histoire, lecture delivered in 1795, as professor of history at the new École Normale in Paris, Constantin François Rosny, himself imprisoned during the terror, castigated Spartans as the Iroquois of the old world, and continued, quote on the slide, the modern Lycurgus has spoken to us only of bread and iron. The iron of pikes produces nothing but blood. In Britain, this militaristic view of Sparta became popular with the development of early 19th century liberalism. And it was in this context that the view entered classical scholarship. In his 1830 edition of Thucydides, the liberal Anglican scholar Thomas Arnold portrayed Spartan institutions as chiefly military, more suited to a beleaguered garrison than to men united in a civil society. And Arnold's view was followed by other writers, particularly by George Grote in his monumental history of Greece. Grote, as you see, described Lycurgus as the founder of a warlike brotherhood rather than the lawgiver of a political community, clearly echoing Arnold. Grote's view of Sparta was highly politicized. His history had long been found as the intellectual arm of the philosophical radicals movement. His denigration of Sparta was the flip side of his adulation of Athens as the ancient model for democratizing British politics. But the towering achievement of his 12-volume history established militaristic views of Sparta among both British intellectuals and the educated public. Next slide, please. One illustration of such British intellectuals is one of the founders of modern sociology, Herbert Spencer, and his work, The Principles of Sociology, from 1876. Spencer asserted the existence of two opposite ideal types of society, the peaceful industrial type and the militant type. In the militant column, he listed three contemporary states, Prussia, Russia, and Dahomey in Africa, and three historical cases, ancient Egypt, the Incas, and Sparta. Once again, what justified Sparta's label as a militant society was the dominance of its military organization and the community's enslavement of the individual. Moving on to time. And as for the educated public, note a letter in 1907 to the right-wing newspaper, the Daily Mail. Here, Sparta is the letter is responding to an article about Sparta as a socialist state. But the two elements cited, the individual existing for the state and the focus on military power, are similar to those highlighted by Herbert Spencer. We have both intellectual and more popular appropriation from different political angles, but with the same message. During the 20th century, analogy linked to international politics have reinforced views about Sparta's martial character. Sparta's appropriation by the Third Reich has been well studied, and I'll give just two examples. First, the very first textbook produced for the new Adolf Hitler student was one on Sparta, subtitled The Life Struggle of a Nordic Master Race. It was edited by the classical archaeologist Otto Wilhelm Novacano, who of course excavated close to Sparta at Fotheringham. The advert on the right for Sparta Creme, showing the young warrior with his helmet, shield and sword, indicates the widespread popularity of this Spartan martial image. Excellent. In Britain, liberal and left-wing classicists exploited the Nazis' self-identification with Sparta by condemning them both as militaristic regimes. Again, just one example, a 1941 public lecture in which Gilbert Murray, the former Regius Professor of Greek at Oxford, compared Britain's world wars with Germany to Athens' conflict with Sparta in the Peloponnesian War. He reviled Sparta as a, quote, reactionary militaristic land power which had sacrificed most of its earlier culture to starve efficiency in war. And in post-war France, Sparta's Nazi associations also led to its typecasting as a militaristic state. The classic case is Henri Narou's History of Education in Antiquity, which claims, as you can see, that the training of Spartan boys was sacrificed to the single end of making them soldiers. Narou's view was personal as well as academic. His book was conceived during World War II when he was teaching at the University of Lynn. Naroux himself was active in the Christian resistance to the Nazi occupation, and as you can see on the bottom right of the slide, his book is dedicated to the memory of a 24-year-old Christian student, Gilbert Du, who was one of 5 men executed in the Place Bellecour, as illustrated in the image in the bottom left. During the Cold War in the USA, Sparta's martial image became intensified among right-wing analysts. who made an analogy between Sparta and the Soviet Union. In the early 1980s, under the Republican presidency of Ronald Reagan, Sparta featured repeatedly in intelligence analysis of the Soviet regime as a supposedly similar example of a militaristic but economically fragile society. And I've given you the most prominent example, and there are several others I could have given you. The most prominent example is when the CIA's Deputy Director of Intelligence, Robert M. Gates, asserted in congressional testimony that, quote, the Soviet Union is much like Sparta. Virtually the entire economy and society is organized in a way in which the military and its needs receive first priority. So returning to Frank Miller's recommended reading, we can see how the works Miller recommends reflect the standard transatlantic image of the militarized Sparta which had developed in Western thinking over the previous 200 years since the American and French revolutions. Next slide. And of course, far-right political misuses of Sparta are not confined to the USA. Stylized versions of the lambda shield have been adopted as the logo of many national chapters of the European far-right youth movement, La Génération Identitaire, founded in 2012. Next slide. In the former French headquarters of La Génération Identitaire in Lyon, the headquarters boasted Spartan symbols both in its bar, La Boule on the left, and in its boxing club called La Goguet. And elsewhere in the world too, the anti-immigrant Reclaim Australia group have sported Spartan cloaks, helmets and shields in their street protests. And of course here in Greece, members of the Christi Afti Golden Dawn movement party used to line up in a lambda shape in front of the modern statue of Leonidas at Thermopylae. These misuses of Sparta's market reputation have clearly become a transnational phenomenon, supporting some of the most destructive ideologies of the early 21st century. It is possible that the phenomenon may now fall into decline. In the USA and Greece, leading Oath Keepers and Golden Dawn members are now serving jail terms following criminal convictions. In France, the national organisation of La Génération Identitaire has been banned by the national government. Next slide, please. However, similar misuses of Sparta have since sprung up. Witness the use of mono-lame flags and Spartan helmets in the Canadian Freedom Convoy protests last year. Slide. And the use of an upside-down lambda shield pierced by Persian arrows by New Hampshire Republican candidate Don Bolduc in his thankfully unsuccessful US Senate campaign. These misuses of Sparta's military characteristics need to be constantly guarded against and constantly challenged, especially by those of us who believe that they present a misleading image of the historical ancient Sparta. In the real historical Sparta, military matters were important, but did not dominate the entirety of Spartan life. Next slide, please. But I want to end my talk, therefore, with one important person who has resisted the urge to jump on the bandwagon of Spartan militarism. On the 3rd of March 2022, just 1 week after the Russian invasion of Ukraine, President Volodymyr Zelensky proclaimed that I don't want Ukraine's history to be a legend about 300 Spartans. I want peace. I think we can all say that about our modern world. Thank you very much.
Steve, thank you very much for a very informative, wide-ranging and really thought-provoking and important speech. I think it's very important in terms of what we all do in Sparta Specialists and what we need to be aware of. We are very pushed for time, so we might have time for 2-3 questions. Please keep them short and to the point. Does anyone have a question they would like to raise?
Let's come and speak in the
microphone.
And I put this on, maybe for your translation.
Από την εμπεριστατωμένη ομιλία σας φαίνεται ότι υπάρχει μία εσφαλμένη εικόνα για τη Σπάρτη και τον πολιτισμό της. Όλοι προσπαθούν να εκμεταλλευτούν. Χρέος δικό μας, δικό σας, της πανεπιστημιακής κοινότητας, αλλά και εμάς σαν απογόνων των Σπαρτιατών, είναι να αποκαταστήσουμε την αλήθεια και να εμφανίσουμε στην πράξη και στη θεωρία τι γίνεται. Η δική μου ιδέα είναι να ιδρύσουμε μια λακεδαιμονίων πολιτεία στην κοιλάδα του Ευρώτα, όπου θα κάνουμε πράξη αυτό. Θα φαίνεται δηλαδή πώς ζούσαν οι αρχαίοι Σπαρτιάτες, πώς γυμνάζονταν το Σύνταγμα, οι νόμοι και θα γίνονται επί τόπου σε μόνιμες εγκαταστάσεις που θα γίνουν αναλύσεις και συνέδρια. Και θα δείχνουμε τον τρόπο ζωής της αρχαίας Σπαρτιάτισσας, τα δικαιώματα που είχε, που συμφωνούμε, που υπήρχε ισότητα, που υπήρχε η αυτή, ώστε να αποκαταστήσουμε την εικόνα. Και νομίζω αυτό θα είναι μια μεγάλη προσφορά στην ιστορία και τον πολιτισμό.
Well, thank you very much for your kind words about my talk. I thoroughly agree that it is incumbent upon all of us, both academics and members of the public, including people here in Sparta, to get a better understanding of true historical nature of Sparta. Put forward a very interesting idea.
יש פה משהו לא קורה, אדמין זהו, והוא בכך. איך עושים את זה? אבל רק שנייה, אני רוצה לשמוע. יש לך קול. כן, הבעיה אצלו. הבעיה אצלם. ואי אפשר לדבר איתו? לא. זה צילום, זה וידאו ששאתם זה, או הבן אדם עצמו?
זה, לא, זה כנס, וכרגע הוא מדבר. איתו בטח יהיה אפשר לדבר, עם המארגנים אפשר לדבר, אבל זה קשה מאוד.
שמע, אני יכול לעשות לך עכשיו זום איתי לפלאפון ואתה תראה שאני...
I thought that the militarism in USA in the 90s is to certain wars, certain battles. For example, the American Mexican War and the Battle of Alamo and the famous description, and the Civil War, and you know the monument Go Tell to Tennessee and so on. And in the 20th century, after the middle, with the training of the military forces. To the opposite, after the millennium, this tradition, this military tradition, I feel that passed through the society. And I would like to have your opinion about this.
Well, you're right that there are many strands that have contributed to this modern image of Sparta, and I touched only on a few. And there are several strands, including the one you mentioned, that I still have yet to thoroughly research. And you're certainly right to point out the analogies drawn between the defense of the Alamo during the wars against Mexico. I've seen many images comparing the Alamo and Thermopylae. I've yet to fully penetrate how far back those images go, and I'd be very interested to talk further with you about that. So thank you very much for that suggestion.
In the interest of time, I think we should move on. So I'd like to thank Steve once again for a very important.
Can you hear me okay? Yeah?
It's fine. Okay, now we move on to I think a related subject. Gabriel Bernardo is joining us from the University of Sao Paulo. Gabriel's worked on various aspects of Sparta, used through some article I've been my own work, looking at ancient Sparta and then the aspects which maybe don't sit very well with art. That's another point. He's also been a visiting fellow at the Centre for Spartan Studies in Nottingham, and will now be shifting our focus a little bit to Brazil.
Good morning, first of all, I would like to thank so much for the organizers for allowing me to make a small contribution to this conference. It's really a great honor to be here at Sparta presenting something on Sparta. If you would say to me that I would be doing this as an undergraduate, I would say no way. But since I could not thank you guys enough, I will just proceed to my presentation now. And before I must say that this presentation is also a product of a research that is being conducted by me and another colleague of mine, Igor Belchior, who is a professor at he's an ancient history professor at the State University of Minas Gerais in Brazil. So please consider me the spokesperson for both of us. Now, since the subtitle of this conference includes both recent trends and new developments, I think it's useful to consider previous contexts than our own. This way we can have a better understanding of what are and what caused the new developments. At least in the case of Brazil, one of the most interesting new developments is that there is a huge difference between how Sparta was pictured in recent past and how it was pictured now. Even if both contexts, these depictions serve anti-democratic goals. Oh, that's the wrong one? Right. The recent past that I'm referring to is the 1930s, when Sparta was associated with Soviet Russia during the proliferation of the fascist and anti-communist discourses. More recently, during the mandate of, and I'm happy to say it, former President Jair Bolsonaro, the association was with between Spartans and anti-communist freedom fighters. So this presentation will discuss how Sparta could have been transformed that much, even if serving similar goals. So, to this end, I will delineate two aspects of both constructs of Sparta, which are especially important for understanding their change in time, and consequently how it informs us of the changes in the society that produced them. Thanks to Ian's perfect presentation earlier, I am allowed to be very brief. So the first aspect are the traditions that inform the renderings of ancient Sparta, since they provide both a basis and very much limitations to the production of new images of Sparta. The second aspect is the historical context and specific interpretation of this tradition, its goals and its will to influence the future, not only the present. Overall, the interpretation of traditions produces new images of the same past, which are, therefore, new but not entirely disconnected from previous ones. So, beginning with the 1930s Sparta, some context is needed because I'm imagining not all of you guys are familiar with Brazilian history. We're dealing with the aftermath of the Great Crash of 1929, which generated a sudden decrease of the demand the international demand for coffee, which was the main element of the Brazilian trade balance since the late 19th century. This undermined the political hegemony of coffee oligarchies, and a very turbulent presidential election ensued in 1930. A group of reformist elites, supported by a military junta, prevented the election of the elected candidate, who was a representative of the old coffee oligarchies, from assuming office. A provisional government was established under the presidency of Getúlio Vargas, and after a new constitution was established in 1934, Vargas was again chosen for another but now constitutional mandate. However, Vargas was against the liberal direction that the new constitution had taken, so he wanted federal institutions to gravitate around or most probably, his executive power. This raised many eyebrows and a rather heterogeneous opposition, among which were the communists. So Vargas' intents only came to fruition on November of 1937, and when a completely invented fictional communist plot to take over the government was uncovered by the Brazilian elite. This led to the overthrow of the 1934 constitution and to the establishment of Vargas' dictatorship known as Estado Novo, or New State, which was not entirely new. Now, that said, the best political use of Sparta on that context, I'll not be able to talk about all of them because, well, time, aired on the state-sponsored radio show Hora do Brasil, or The Time of Brazil, The Hour of Brazil, on the 10th of December of 1937, exactly a month after Vargas' coup d'etat. On that day, a politician called Luiz Leme delivered a speech whose main goal was to reinforce the idea of an incoming communist threat to the national order. A written version of the speech was published less than a year later in another context in the Army journal A Defesa Nacional, or the National Defense. To achieve his goal, Leme highlighted the ill effects of collectivism, the main feature of both Russian and Spartan communism. According to him, collectivism rendered working classes slaves to the ruling classes, since the former had to be coerced into labor by the latter. The main reason for that is that the suppression of private property, the very core of collectivism, caused the dissolution of all natural differences between every individual. This was not something positive, for it deprived individuals of every reason they had to work at all. Therefore, the enslavement of a lower class, either hellos of the working class, by a ruling party was an ineffable product of the Spartan and Russian communism. Lynn characterizes the ruling party or ruling class as defined by courage, frugality, and by the absolute, and I quote, absolute ruthlessness with which they demand forced labor from the oppressed. Lynn then cites the Plutarchian version of the Spartan Kipkia as an example of such ruthlessness, and as a proof that any collectivist society can only exist if supported by an enslaved majority. According to Lynn, humans work not only to meet their needs, but also because they want to own as much or even more than their neighbor. In that sense, without inequalities, no effort at all would be naturally produced. Since it is precisely inequality that makes every individual experience a sensation of inferiority and therefore the will to overcome this inferiority. And in this scenario, private property is the only thing capable of decreasing the suffering generated by inequalities. Consequently, the suppression of private property would also suppress both the will to labor and the hope to the enslaved to have a better life. Summarizing, Legend of Sparta is characterized by two main features: community of ownership and slavery, from each other main feature derived. That is militarism, frugality, and ruthlessness. The only ancient source that congregates all these features in a single and timeless description of Sparta is Plutarch's Life of Lycurgus. Besides, I believe that the critical tone towards Sparta's violent treatment of Hellas, which is shared between Lynn and Plutarch, indicate that Lycurgus' biography was Lynn's main source, from where he picked and chose what was more interesting to his agenda. He highlights community of ownership among the ruling class of Sparta as a communist society, So Sparta can be depicted as a communist society. And it inevitably divided them between masters and slaves. As Steve was commenting before, a topos of the anti-communist propaganda by the time, by the 1930s. Militarism on its turn is a trait shared by ancient Sparta and modern Russia, and the very proof of the inevitability of slavery in communist societies, since militarization was key to keep the slaves enslaved. But the main points of Lynn Sparta is that the city's communism, just like the monarchy, is unnatural and only artificially kept alive. The frugality and the absence of private property suppress natural inequalities, what results in the disappearance of every natural incentive man had to work. This also follows the contemporary topos of the anti-communist propaganda that communism was an inferior type of economic organization. Lynn Sparta therefore continues earlier traditions that date as far back as Plutarch. He reinforces some of its features and ignores others, and yet adds new ones, such as communism. This process of transforming Sparta is connected not only to trends in the present, but also how it intends to build the future. And that becomes even clearer during the next context that I will consider. However, again, some words are required for bridging the gap between the 1930s and the early 20th century. Well, first thing for starters, technological advances as well as the access they provided to more information and cultural products from all over the world changed drastically in many aspects of life. Among them is how political groups organize themselves and how most people perceive the past. Contemporary far-right movements, for instance, are no longer concentrated in organized parties, and plenty of alternative images of Sparta are now accessible to a wider audience through multiple media, from movies, as we've seen, to video games. In order to assess how these changes affected the ways in which recent Brazilian far-right movements perceive and use ancient Sparta, the section will take into account a data set composed of 241 posts from Twitter, ranging from January 2017 to November 2022, when we stopped to write the chapter 2 years. So I hope to demonstrate that not only the strength wielded by popular culture in shaping contemporary views about the past, but also the extent to which contextual changes and new agendas tend to produce new and contrasting traditions about the past. But why Twitter, you might be asking yourself now? Well, firstly because virtual platforms and their respective algorithms provide suitable spaces for extension and the radicalization of right-wing groups in the last decades. At least in Brazil, the new media seem to have allowed the realization in many different conservative groups that common enemies were emerging from the consecutive terms of left-wing presidents Lula da Silva and Dilma Rousseff. Online social networks and online forums such as Twitter seem to have been, therefore, central to the re-articulation of many conservative and far-right discourses. Now, why Bolsonaro? Well, Bolsonaro ascended to presidency after a parliamentary coup that impeached President Rousseff in 2016. By then, Congressman Bolsonaro was already reputed for racist, misogynist, and homophobic remarks. His campaign focused on the new right movement to amass the support required to win presidential elections in 2017. So engagement in social networks such as Facebook and Twitter, and communication apps such as Telegram and WhatsApp were crucial. Ideas, information, memes, and especially fake news in parallel to hate speech and harassment of journalists were some of the tools used by Bolsonaro supporters to expand and solidify his voter base. Therefore, the best place to gather information about how Sparta was perceived and pictured by Bolsonarists, as we used to call them, would be the internet itself. However, a collection and assessment of every far-right post that mentions Sparta in every online platform is humanly impossible. So the best alternative is to choose a sample. Twitter was chosen as the main data source because of its popularity in Brazil and because when owners of Twitter accounts build their profiles, post content, follow, and interact with other accounts, they end up providing public information on themselves and on their political orientations. This can help to determine the meaning or even the pertinence of a given post to the question at hand. Once these posts were collected, it was possible to identify patterns in the depiction of ancient Sparta by far-right activists. Because of the time available, I will not be able to discuss all these patterns, so I will present with some detail only the second most common feature, which is the more interesting regarding the presentation. I refer more specifically to Sparta as an example of fight against communism, or the left in general. Of course, I will not leave you all curious about the first and most common features about Bosoli's Sparta. Firstly, it was observed that the main source of information on Sparta is no longer Plutarch, but mostly the episode of the Battle of Thermopylae. And in fact, I read credit, and I think we were right given the previous presentations, of the popularity of Zack Snyder 300 from 2006. Thermopylae is taken as a model of nationalistic resistance against essentially inferior enemies. But enemies are numerous enough to threaten the nation's freedom and its best interests. The enemies, oppressive and self-centered, undermine every national interest to forward their own, besides silencing those who get on their way. Needless to say, any opposition against the Bolsonaro government, even those carried out by means of democratic procedures and democratic institutions, such as the Superior Federal Court, as you see, as you will see in some posts, were characterized as part of this madness, either as corrupt efforts or as tyrannical purges. Interestingly, this morally inferior, authoritarian, and anti-nationalistic madness to Bolsonaro's government characterizes not only Brazilian democratic institutions, but also an older enemy. If you're thinking about communism, then you're right, or now the left in general. Taken in Brazil at least almost as a synonym of communism. From 241 Twitter posts collected, in 21 of them, Spartans evoked to promote the country's defense against communism, and in another 15 against the left in general. Besides, in 37 posts, 15% of the total, communism and the left are also synonyms of dictatorships and loss of freedom. So the resistance against them is pictured as a matter of patriotism. This amalgamation between communism, the left, loss of freedom, and patriotism is clear, for instance, in the context of the presidential elections of 2022. Bolsonaro supporters use Leonidas and the 300 Spartans as models of nationalistic behavior. Bolsonaro is depicted as a leader that fights against a leftist dictatorship, just like Leonidas led the 300 Spartans, probably according to the movie 300, to protect Sparta against tyranny and enslavement. This post, for instance, that you're seeing now, answers another post that ironizes Lula's, now President Lula's favoritism by listing his supposed supporters: biased polling institutes, the media, a corrupt politician, a clown, and a drug dealer. The post on the left answers the irony with an edited scene from the movie 300. The Spartan phalanx in action pushes the Persians down a cliff. However, the hoplites carry Brazilian flags, while the Persians fall while holding on to the flags of Lula da Silva's party, PT or Workers' Party, and of two other Brazilian leftist parties, PSOL, or the Socialist and Freedom Party, and PCdoB, which means Communist Party of Brazil. And, of course, it cannot be left out, Soviet Union's flag. As the text says, communism, socialism, and the left are pictured as the same as an enemy that must be cleaned up. Your opposition is not a party or a specific group, but the entire nation. Spartans then, seen as patriots acting to protect their nation from a non-specified threat, serve as an example for Brazilians to fight against the leftist, communist, imminent tyranny. This is just an example, but it's also to notice some interesting contrast between the new anti-communist and the one from the 1930s. Firstly, anti-communism is no longer the main use of ancient Sparta, while 102 posts from the Twitter posts make an anti-democratic use of Sparta, the first and most common that I mentioned briefly before. Anti-communism and anti-leftism appears in just 37, like less than a third, almost more or less a third. Sparta is no longer an example of a failed communism, an example to be avoided. Now it is the city from which 300 Spartans set out to protect their nation against tyranny and enslavement. That is, from communism or nepotism, either way. Sparta, or at least these Spartans, are examples to be followed now. Thirdly, in the 1930s, matters of militarism, labor, economy were focused of critics on communism and, by extension, on ancient Sparta. Now communism, amalgamated to the left, is basically a menace to individual freedom, and Sparta an example of fighting against this oppression. Therefore, the communist enemy is the same old one. But now for different reasons, and no longer the main warrior of Brazilian far right. The same goes to Sparta. It is the same historical entity, but one informed by new sources and with new positive characteristics. Summarizing, in the 1930s Sparta, then informed mainly by Plutarch's depiction of an ahistorical Sparta in his Life of Lycurgus, was a negative example of a failed communism, where an unnatural regime led to the opposite of what was intended. Lycurgus attempted producing complete equality, and it ended up generating massive enslavement. On its turn, the Spartans observed in the Twitter posts from 2017 and 2022, based mainly on those from the movie 300, were a positive example of qualified resistance against tyrannical and unpatriotic political opponents, represented at least in part by communists or leftists in general. Very different Spartans, even if built to promote similar anti-democratic and anti-communist goals. In conclusion, I hope I have managed to demonstrate that among the many variables that structured this transformation, significant changes in the sources assessed by Brazilian far-right groups and the context in which they reinterpreted Sparta were central. Plutarch's depiction of an ahistorical society was better suited to discuss broader conservative social projects, which envisage a whole society shaped by specific cultural, economic, and political guidelines. On the other hand, as Ian noted before, the Spartans depicted by the movie 300, which focus on a particular historical event, provide better associations with particular occasions. In this case, when any kind of opposition hindered those nationalist agendas, such as, for instance, the denial of the danger of the coronavirus pandemic. Either Plutarch or the 300, the movie 300, when combined with the concern of each context, either to justify a more authoritarian regime and a more individualistic society, or to undermine democratic institutions that threaten a government's agenda, produce very different Spartans, even if upholding similar conservative goals. This way, Sparta could be transformed in Brazilian far-right mind from an ahistorical community, communist society doomed to failure to the patriots that, in a specific point in time, fought heroically for freedom and the country, but still against both internal and external red threats. Thank you so much. That's it.
Thank you again for another interesting and very wide-ranging discussion and analysis. There's a lot of questions I could throw in, especially the notion of the discussion of the property, which in the 18th century, one of the main discussions of Sparta, Steve was published on this very, like, there's so many connections. Again, because of tightness of time, 2-3 questions. Please keep it short, and please use some microphones if you have a question, so that the translators can hear you translating.
Thanks, Gabriel, for the talk. Pretty interesting. This is related to both you and Steve's contributions to the conference. You guys use Twitter as sort of like a form of analysis because it's generative. People are sort of giving their ideas and just sharing them in this public forum. And Steven's talk also touched on, I guess, consumption in terms of new websites that popped up in 2010, sort of hawking Spartan paraphernalia. Have you guys thought about doing any more sort of deep analysis on the sort of consumption of Spartan goods, like Amazon data? So you could get like Salesforce data on, I don't know, like strange things that are related to Sparta in Brazil, or things that are being globally consumed, and then track spikes in the same way that you do with like Twitter messages or bots or whatever, but sort of data in the aggregate.
So it was, firstly, thank you again for forcing me to make this research. It was really interesting, the whole process. And in the process of gathering information, we did some of this consumerism, this market. I don't know if I can call it a market research. Perhaps David can correct me in that sense. But I found some really interesting stuff. It's just I couldn't add it to the research. But two of them, two bullet points, was the most interesting ones. Sparta is really connected to shooting range right now, because one of the promises of Bolsonaro was, okay, I'm going to make everyone more free to buy weapons. So in a very close thing with what Steve was talking about, the armamentist, arms industry. You could see a bunch of shooting ranges with Corinthian helmets, with the name Spartan or something related to Sparta. And another very funny one that I didn't pursue, but was a really funny one, is barbershops. Apparently, there are many barbershops with Sparta in the name, because now in Brazil we do have this trend of, okay, men cannot go to a regular groomer; they have to go to a barbershop to have their haircut, because otherwise they will offend their masculinity. So now if you go to a proper masculine place, all Spartan, just with guys for hours talking about guy stuff, that's okay. So yeah, this is a way that it will be very interesting to dig into. But I'll just wait for Ian's next volume, perhaps.
I think the complexity of some of the possibilities. Another question? Yes, so that the translator can hear, sorry. And
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your talk, Ellen Milliter. So my question is for both you and Steve. You sort of started getting there. I'm interested in the gendered nature of the consumption of Sparta by these groups, because as you figure, Sparta is so malleable, right? But there's a really important gendered component, and we certainly see it in the U.S. So besides barbershops, right, how else is that being manifested?
Okay. We also gather a bunch of posts that touch upon this gender stuff, and Sparta is basically the model for masculine behavior. That is what man should look like and behave as. I don't know, be violent, strong, I don't know, some of these stuff. And it's really interesting because at some points they are used both to criticize recent feminism discourses and to promote some homophobic thoughts. So it's more of that thing. Oh, back in the day when the men were men, this is part of what Spartans are being used right now. But there's a very interesting development, because at least in popular culture in Brazil, the 300 Spartans are still a bit mistaken with the 300 Thebans from the sacred band. Yeah. So whenever someone uses Sparta as a symbol of masculinity, someone probably from the left comes and says, okay, do you really know what the 300 were doing when they were not during battles? So I think this stops them from reaching out too much in this sense. And it was really interesting because 30% of the time I was collecting the posts, it was also okay, that was not quite it, but really, really good job doing this. So, yeah.
Quick last comment, or maybe we should move on.
I thought that in Brazil there was, after the Second World War, a great interest on the ancient Greek civilization, and there was a trend to give names to their boys, like the football player Socrates. Do you think that this was a kind of background for all this phenomenon?
Okay. Well, there was a big change in the schools after the Second World War, and all this ancient stuff, all the Greek antiquity, they enter in the scholar curriculum right now. So we do have a broader image of what was ancient Greece. But I think, at least for the 1930s, what the real background was how these Brazilian elites, they were all coming to Europe to get like their degrees. So they were much more like drinking of this kind of stuff. Today, like I think we are more connected to the trends that Steve was talking about in the US. And there was, for instance, Steve Bannon from Trump's. He was one of the Trumps. He was associated to Trump. He also was associated to the Bolsonaro family at some point in the history of the government. So I think there are other connections. We do have like a broader idea of what is ancient Greece. So it's not like something a Brazilian never heard of. You know, we do know about ancient history. So when things like the 300 movie pops out, like it's not like, okay, we've never seen that before. So it's like easily digestible by Brazilian audiences. So I think this is the main connection right now.
Thank you very much. I think we should move on to our appreciation.
Thank you so much.
As we're making the exchange, a point I could throw in that relates to the point Ellen raised, the gender issue and this masculinization of Sparta. There are a lot of computer games, for example, the game Civilization, computer game, strategy game, in which you become the leader of a certain city, and there's a default name you get as a leader. And for Sparta, the default is Gorgo. And this is an interest. There are other things going on in different aspects there, which is, I think there are a couple of other computer games that also have more prominent female. Okay, so now our final session before lunch, Dr. Martina Gatto from the University of Rome Martina has worked on a range of aspects, especially images like Kyrgyz, and produced some quite interesting reading. And this is important, we talk so much about the Leonidas and the Thermopylae tradition. This work is open up questions there. And today we're going to have a more comparative approach, and I think it's particularly important comparing different cultural uses.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Okay. First, I want to thank the organizer for inviting me at this really wonderful event, and I'm starting with a short, brief introduction to the paper. The influence of the Spartan tradition on political thought has been significant since ancient time, and the myths and images of ancient Sparta are still influential today. As Paul Cartledge once said, Spartan history might always be, in a sense, and up to a point, the history of an idea. Yet, within that one idea exists a diversity of variously distorting mirrors, which reflect the preoccupation of those whose minds fashioned them. It is fascinating to explore the countless ways in which the ancient testimonies of the Spartans have been transmitted, interpreted, represented, and reimagined by later society up to the present day. Therefore, in this paper, I will focus on a few noteworthy instances that exemplify the adaptability and malleability of the Spartan myths in various contexts during the 20th and the 21st centuries. More specifically, I will analyze three peculiar case studies in which the Spartan political system has been used as a point of comparison for Chinese state. I will begin with the National Socialist perspective. In Nazi Germany, Richard Walter Darré, one of the leading Nazi ideologists, wrote a curious pamphlet on Lycurgus and Confucius. As we shall see, in this book on comparative racial science, entitled Von Lebensgesetz via Staatsgedanken, Confucius und Lycurgus, Darré claimed an Indo-Germanic kinship between Lycurgus Spartans and the Chinese, and presented a distorted version of their social political models to serve his ideological purposes.
Next, I will discuss unusual reference to Sparta outside the Western world, particularly in China. During the 30s, in the middle of Chinese Civil War, local warlords in the southern Guangxi province carried out a significant administrative and military reform. As a result, the province earned the nickname New Sparta. Making a leap forward in time, the last part of this paper will be devoted to Sparta and China in the 21st century, dealing mainly with the so-called Thucydides trap. Initially referring to the conflict between Sparta and Athens, this concept was introduced by the political science Graham Allison to interpret a possible future clash between the United States and the People's Republics of China. Let us begin with Sparta and the Third Reich. Before treating the rest writing on Lycurgus and Confucius, a few words on the reception of Sparta in Nazi Germany and the role of Richard Walter Darré might be helpful. Indeed, Nazi ideologists, leading politicians and academics close to the regime showed significant interest in Sparta. Spartans were often praised for propagandistic purposes because of their exceptional courage, patriotic self-sacrifice in war, and virtuous lifestyle. In the Nazi view, the Deutsch became an elitist and racially organized state model, with a rigorous and martial education. Therefore, National Socialists present Sparta as an ideal northern community, perceived as exceptionally close to the German folk, and even as an ancient prototype of the Nazi socialist state. Adolf Hitler himself showed since the late 20s a great fascination with Sparta, referring to the Greek city in some of his writing and public speech. For instance, in 1929, at the National Socialist Party in Assembly in Nuremberg, Hitler praised Spartan eugenic policy and selective infanticide, even identifying Sparta as the purest racial state in history. Richard Walter Darré was Hitler's agricultural minister from 1933 to 1942 and the fundamental promoter of the National Socialist Blut und Boden ideology, based on the notion of a racially defined national body, the blood, associated with the concept of land settlement, the soil. He was also the man responsible for the hereditary farm law, stipulating that only German farmers could possess a hereditary farm. The law also ensured that the land would always remain the same family, prohibiting property alienation. In addition to his political activity that led him to become Reich Minister, Darré published many books and articles on racial, historical and agricultural topics. The future Reich Minister first expressed his thoughts on Lycurgus Sparta in his best-known work, the Peasantry as the Life Source of the Nordic Race. In this volume, Darré praised the rural structure and the division between Spartans and Helots ascribed to Lycurgus, supporting the idea that Sparta was not a state of warriors, but rather a community of farmers. According to Darré, the polis could provide an optimal paradigm for agrarian reform in Nazi Germany, since Lycurgus organized the land distribution and administration through the state's direct control. Moreover, he found inspiration in Plutarch's life of Lycurgus, quoting some passages in German translation to support his reconstruction of Spartan agricultural history. Specifically, the reference to the infant examination and the assignment of one of the 9,000 lots of land to healthy newborns as described by Plutarch in chapter 16 of Life of Lycurgus. Despite the lack of scientific value of applying his racial theory to Sparta, Darré argued that Sparta's decline was due to the abandonment of Lycurgus land regulation and the biological degradation of the race, rather than military defeats. With this ideological framework in mind, Darré composed a few years later the volume specifically dedicated to the comparison between Lycurgus Sparta and Confucius China, printed in 1940. In this text, the Spartan and the Chinese model, as well as the role of the two statesmen, are reinterpreted and compared from a National Socialist perspective. In his introduction, Darré declares that his aim is to compare Confucius China, which has survived for millennia against all the changing storm of destiny, to Lycurgus Sparta, which after playing a leading role for centuries, fell into insignificance. This is how Darré explained his unusual parallelism. Lycurgus is not a tangible historical figure, but through his work, he has made history as a state idea. Nevertheless, Lycurgus can be compared with Confucius, because especially the Spartan order of life, which has become classical, goes back to efforts of renewal in Spartan history, which are almost contemporary with Confucius. More specifically, according to Darré, Confucius was born around 551 BC, and was almost contemporary with the effort Chilon, who contributed to the Spartan renewal traditionally initiated by Lycurgus, a figure of questionable historicity according to Darré. Therefore, in the opening section, Darré explained his unusual parallelism between Confucius and Lycurgus on a chronological basis. Next. Okay. Then, describing Sparta, Darré concentrates once again on Lycurgus' law related to the division of land into hereditary laws, to preserve the land for the pure-blooded Spartans, a concept directly connected to the German hereditary farm law, as you can read from the next passage. Lycurgus' concept of the state is rooted in the Spartan concept of blood, and in the way of life, which in turn was rooted in the idea of the hereditary farm. That is why Sparta stand and fall exclusively with the idea that blood is the natural and decisive law of life, and that at the same time that is why this concept of state forces its member so ruthlessly under its law, that is to say, the law of the blood. Furthermore, Darré gave a positive evaluation of the Spartan education system with its prominence on physical activity and the public exhibition of naked bodies. Against all historical accuracy, the author went so far as to associate Nazi concept of racial selection of valuable human bodies with the role of Spartan unity in Lycurgus society. The author also used the Aryan cliché to represent Spartan youths, since the Dorian from the north were, in his perspective, essentially Aryans. Therefore, Darré described the pure descendant of the Dorian as tall, slim figures with blonde hair and blue eyes. Despite their differing paths in history, with China surviving and Sparta falling, Darré highlighted direct similarities between the Chinese and the Spartan people, particularly in the last section. The author characterized China as a rural and patriarchal society that placed great importance on ancestor worship and maintained a pure race, like the Spartan society did. Moreover, the Chinese put a similar emphasis on music in the education of their offspring, which is also typical of Spartan training. As Darré suggested for the Spartans, even depicts the ruling class of ancient China during Confucius' time as possessing Aryan characteristics and being descended from Nordic people. Lastly, the Nazi ideologist was interested in the marriage costume of both societies. He highlighted that both Lycurgus and Confucius prioritized having children and preserving their race over the institution of marriage itself. In the pamphlet's final page, the author concludes that both Confucius and Lycurgus could provide several valuable and decisive ideas for the National Socialist concept of the state. Taking inspiration from the true lawgiver, it could be possible, according to Darré, to impose a new order of life on the German people, rooted in hereditary farm and the respect for ancestors, and aimed at preserving the rural nobility. Therefore, Darré's Sparta is obsessed with preserving the pure Aryan race, which is a departure from Plutarch's portrayal of city-states that inspired the German ideologies in the first place. Darré reimagines Sparta from a Nazi perspective, distorting its image and testifying to the vitality of the Spartan myth with an unprecedented association with Confucius' child. The province of Guangxi, the next point, after examining Darré's work, I want to now move on the Chinese Guangxi province, nicknamed Chinese Sparta in the 30s. While the Nazi ideologist was more interested in racial and rural topics, the focus is, in the second case, on the Spartan military. As you can see from the map, Guangxi is still today an administrative region of the People's Republic of China, located in South China, bordering Vietnam.
The province played a significant role in China history after the fall of the empire in 1911 and the establishment of the Republic. For several years, it served as the base for one of the China's most influential warlord groups. More generally, this period, until the beginning of World War II, was a complex and chaotic time for China, marked by increasing fragmentation and shifting division within the country. Guangxi, a mountainous and economically challenged border region, was once ruled by a warlord collectively known as the Guangxi clique. After the initial power group fell, a new leadership emerged, consisting of three prominent figures, Li Zhongreng, Wang Shahong, and Bai Chongxi, the so-called New Guangxi clique. From 1931, when the Japanese invaded Manchuria, to the large-scale invasion by Japan in 1937, this leader successfully implemented a reconstruction and reorganization plan, transforming Guangxi into a model province with an innovative administration. Their effort proved beneficial, as the province's limited amount of cultivated land became more productive and their military grew significantly in size. In honor of his further political work, Bai Xiangliong, the son of General Bai Chongxi, one of the leaders of Guangxi, published in 2008 an article entitled Building a Model Province in Guangxi by Chongxi New Sparta. This article intends to recall and celebrate his further political effort. According to Bai Xiangliong, in the 6th year from the Mutken incident of 1931 to the full-scale war resistance against Japan, thanks to the great effort of Li Zhongreng, Bai Chongxi, Wang Shaong, and others, Guangxi transformed from a disorderly and culturally outdated border region to an highly organized and military-dominated model province that had the reputation of a new Sparta. In this paper, the new Sparta concept was put into action by creating new militias in Guangxi, led and trained by the general Bai Chongxi. These militias became the foundation of Guangxi military strength, so much so that Guangxi could provide more troops than anticipated for the war against Japan. According to Bai Xiangliong, his son, the first thing that people from other provinces felt when they entered Guangxi was that they could hear shouting orders everywhere and see military drills, and entering Guangxi was like entering a big barrack. Therefore, at that time, Guangxi was called Spartanized Guangxi. In addition to the article written by the general son, I was able to access another useful article published in those very years. During the 30s, various independent and foreign language journals, such as the China Weekly Review, one of the Shanghai's first English periodicals, featured pieces on the reform of Guangxi. In one such article, published in September 1933, the province was described with great admiration as being reorganized and remodeled. Echoing the warlord's propaganda, the article was entitled Guangxi, Province of Spartans, further stressing the presentation of the region as a Chinese Sparta. The article begins by depicting foreign tourists arriving in Guangxi and being pleasantly surprised by the high level of safety in the region. Next, the article focuses on the reorganization of the provincial finances, the military organization, the division of the province in four administrative parts, and eventually the progressive change in the educational system. Therefore, this article portrayed the new province in a very positive light. We can read two main passages where the connection with Sparta, anticipated in the title, is further explained. In the introduction, the article states that 2 years of Spartan-like rule by Guangxi military has brought peace, security, and more than tolerable living conditions to the province. And today, if one wishes to make a comparative studies of the various provincial administration in China, one would not hesitate to place Guangxi at the top of the list as the best governed province inhabited by poor but happy, contented people.
After the whole description of the various reforms, we find a similar conclusion that reiterates the comparison. A modern Sparta, Guangxi province, is showing what can be achieved by a few determined, conscientious leaders in spite of general poverty, and gives an idea of what will become of the Chinese Republic as a whole once internal conditions are more settled and the regional independence of predatory militarism consolidated into a democratic, centralized political entity. In the China Weekly's perspective, therefore, Sparta denotes a political entity that was highly militarized and also well organized. The new Guangxi is being compared to the ancient polis because of its expected military and administrative abilities. Furthermore, Guangxi Sparta is seen as a great example for both local and national levels, providing an alternative for the Republic of China during a time of political crisis and fragmentation. The province of Guangxi serves also as an example of how, in the first half of the century, Chinese elite and intellectuals were interested in classics and used classical knowledge. For instance, Liang Qichao, a noted politician, journalist, and scholar, wrote extensively on various aspects of Greek civilization. Already in 1902, he published a short history of Sparta, which was published in Chinese. His interest in Sparta is not a coincidence. In his introduction, the scholar and activist Qichao explained that he wrote this compendium because he viewed the Spartan militaristic ideology as a source of inspiration for China's future redemption. Besides the interest in Sparta, during the 20s and the 30s, translation of Greek texts into Chinese and other publications on ancient Greek mythology and civilization appeared often in the press. However, it might be useful to point out that classical knowledge was introduced to China centuries earlier, especially by Jesuit missionaries in the 17th century. Since then, many scholars and intellectuals have taken an interest in ancient Greek civilization. However, although the topic of the reception of the classical world in China is truly fascinating, it is not possible to explore it further today. Therefore, I would now move on the last section of my presentation. We will now examine the last case studies related to the 21st century. Our focus will be on the concept of Thucydides' trap and how it relates to Sparta through different analogies. The expression Thucydides' trap was coined by Graham Allison, an American political scientist, and appeared for the first time in 2012 article for the Financial Times. The idea of the trap came from the famous explanation by the Greek historian of the Peloponnese War. It was the rise of Athens and the fear that instilled in Sparta that made war inevitable. Inspired by Thucydides, Allison used the term to describe the tendency to a world when a rising power, represented by Athens, challenged the dominant force, exemplified by Sparta. However, in interpreting this model, as we shall see, China was not only associated with Athens as an emerging economic power, but also with Spartan autocratic model. The book Destined for War, published in 2017 by Allison, applies the concept to various historical conflicts, 16 in total, of which 12 ended up in the war. He suggests that China and America might be the modern-day equivalent of Athens and Sparta, which could lead to a potential conflict. However, Allison does not believe that a war between US and China is unavoidable, or that escaping Thucydides' trap is impossible. Instead, his book aims to warn about the dangers of a growing power threatening an established power, and emphasize the need for decisive political and diplomatic action to prevent a catastrophic outcome. Despite strong criticism against Allison's thesis, the idea captured the attention of the worldwide press and even politicians in Washington and Beijing. For instance, the chief foreign affairs columnist for the Financial Times, Macgregor, included the expression among the word of the year 2018 for its effectiveness in depicting the rivalry between the two superpowers of the contemporary world. In the same article, Gideon claimed to have personally heard China President Xi Jinping
discuss the necessity of avoiding the Thucydides trap. The use of Thucydides analogy has, therefore, revitalized attention toward the Greek historian and the historical events related to Sparta and Davies. Alison's trap has, however, received strong criticism from academics, journalists, and political analysts, who question the validity of the power transition theory proposed. For instance, in an article ironically entitled, "Oh God, not the Peloponnesian War again," James Palmer, deputy editor of the Foreign Policy Journal, argued that the conflict between Spartans and Athens are an irrelevant guide for modern politics, and that Alison neglects a vast span of world history that might be far more relevant. Moreover, critics who want to challenge the comparison made by Thucydides trap often highlight that modern China has far more similarity with ancient Sparta than with Athens. For example, the first often referred to analogy is that the United States, like Athens, are a democratic system. At the same time, Sparta, like China, would be a close autocratic power state. Jack Bowers, from the Australian National University Centre for Strategic and Defense Studies, offers further possible parallels between modern China and ancient Sparta. The Chinese, like the Spartans, were previously an inward-looking land power, focused on maintaining territorial security. On the contrary, United States, like Athens, have always prioritized a solid navy and maritime power. Moreover, while Sparta maintained a more flexible confederation of alliance, in which less was demanded and less was given, according to Bowers, Athens' requests to the allies of the Delian League were much more compelling. Therefore, in his view, Spartan alliance confederation in the Peloponnese can be easily compared to China's use of soft power in the Pacific and Africa, buying influence rather than exercising military power. Of course, all these analogies have strong limitations and might appear overly simplistic to research. As Jack Bowers points out, since the Cold War, the international system is characterized by multipolarity with many actors involved, not limited to just three powerful countries. Moreover, Athens and Sparta exercise their power very differently from US and China. Likewise, the American scholar Shadi Bash mentioned Bowers and the reasoning against the concept of the Thucydides trap in a recent monograph dedicated to the Chinese nationalism and the use of Greek classics, titled Plato Goes to China. In reflecting on the similarities between Sparta and China, the American scholar alludes to the story of the young Spartan enduring fox bites, narrated by Plutarch in the life of Lycurgus. According to Plutarch, as is well known, the Spartan boy had stolen the fox hidden under his cloak. Rather than reveal that he had been seen, the boy endured the pain until he died. Shalibash ironically used this anecdote to emphasize the strength with which China defends itself against any interference in its international affairs. Accordingly, she writes that the drive with which China conceals domestic issues while showing strength to the world might even remind us of the laconic boy who let the fox eat through his stomach without showing any pain. However, Bash, like Bowers, does not actually believe that China should be considered as a new Sparta. Rather, with this provoking reference to Plutarch's life, the American scholar wants to point out the shortcoming of Ellison association and to warn against the excessive use of this analogy. Similar criticism, interesting, are also found in Chinese academia. For Louis Feng, professor in the Department of International Relations at Tsinghua University, the characterization of China as Athens is problematic since China, unlike Athens, is neither an expansionist or an revisionist power in its international approach. From this perspective, China is more akin to Sparta, as described by Thucydides, since Sparta is not audacious but restrained in its international behavior. Indeed, Thucydides portrays Sparta as compared to Athens as more careful about the balance of its internal affairs. In general, Liu Feng highlights the existing flaw of the Thucydides trap concept and argues that the relation between a rising power
and an established power are more dynamic than Alison model suggests. Lastly, Chinese observers nowadays believe that to see this trap is also a dangerously antagonistic way of understanding the US and China relationship. The attention with which the Chinese side follows this discussion is further revealed by an editorial published 2 years ago in the People's Daily, the official newspaper of the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party. This editorial, with the title "There is no to see this trap in the world," claimed that the analogy of the US being unable to tolerate China's growth, like the Spartans' inability to tolerate Athens, is not only useless, but also an harmful framework to future peaceful relations, urging to drop the analogies for good. The appropriateness of making comparison between ancient and modern states is often debated, especially since it can oversimplify complex topics. Nevertheless, it is worth noting that in the discussion on Allison theory, the most common reference to the similarities between China and Sparta are found in articles that argue against the use of Thucydides' trap to interpret modern geopolitics. Without further digressing, I turn now to the conclusion. To sum up, this paper has examined 3 different ways in which Sparta's myth has been perceived and transformed over the last 2 centuries. We began with the unusual comparison between Lycurgus and Confucius from the Nazi perspective, in which ancient Sparta and Confucius China are seen as ideal models for rural communities preserving the purity of their race. Then, we discussed the province of Guangxi becoming a militarized Spartan province during the 30s, and eventually talked about the present day Thucydides' trap. Finally, we focused on possible analogies between Sparta and present China and the issues of Allison approach. Although these examples are quite different, they reveal the presence of unexpected comparison between the Greek city and the Chinese state, and the enduring fascination with the Spartan legend in both Western society and China's political imagination. As in a distorting mirror, the image of Sparta can be so adaptable as to become a metaphor for Confucius China, the China of the 30s, and even the contemporary people of the Republic of China, to serve different ideological and political purposes. I also wanted to demonstrate that an invention of Sparta is an ongoing process that extends beyond ancient time and continues to the present day. This means that our views of Sparta are constantly being updated and influenced by different perspectives and ideologies. As a result, whatever version of Sparta we might have in mind, it does not contain the truth but the latest incarnation of the Spartan Mirage, which is continually recreated and remodeled over time. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Martina, for a very informative and, again, very important talk, especially we've been talking a lot about certain perceptions, and I think this comparative element is hugely important. Part of my whole argument that the classical tradition is comparative, and it's all about putting these images alongside each other. We have our lunch break soon, I'm sure many are hungry, but a time for a couple of quick questions, please.
Συγχαρητήρια για την ανάλυση. Θα ήθελα να κάνω 2 παρατηρήσεις. Το πρώτο είναι η παγίδα του Θουκυδίδη, η οποία αναπτύσσεται στη σύγχρονη γεωπολιτική. Βλέπουμε Αμερικάνους στρατηγούς στις αναλύσεις τους να αναφέρονται συχνά αυτό το πράγμα και για τη σύγκρουση την για αυτούς αναπόφευκτη Αμερικής-Κίνας. Μάλιστα υπάρχει ένα μακροπρόθεσμο σχέδιο του Κίσιγκερ που βλέπουμε να έχει, το οποίο έλεγε ότι θα ελέγξουν όλη την περιοχή στην ευρύτερη νοτιοανατολική Ασία, μετά θα χτυπηθούν με τη Ρωσία, το βλέπουμε στην Ουκρανία, το οποίο ήταν μια παγίδα όμοια με το Αφγανιστάν για τη Ρωσία, και οδηγούμαστε στην μελλοντική σύγκρουση Κίνας-Αμερικής. Νομίζετε ότι μπορούμε να τα αποφύγουμε? Ένα. Δεύτερον, η Γουανξή, η Νέα Σπάρτα. Ποια είναι η γνώμη σας? Μπορεί να γίνει σήμερα μια πραγματικότητα σε ευρύτερο πεδίο? Δηλαδή αυτή η μορφή ανάπτυξης θα μπορούσε σε άλλες περιοχές να εφαρμοστεί? Τρόπος ανάπτυξης μιας πόλης, ενός κράτους.
Thank you for your question. That are really, very interesting. For the first one, I mean, it's difficult to say if we will actually have this war between US and China. And I mean, there are strong possibilities because now the relationship are quite difficult. I think that there are some possibility to avoid it if both parts will make strong action, but in this case, I want to highlight that the use of this structure can be also this strong use of the energy can be also be dangerous, because if we focus too much on the possibility of the conflict, this can happen. I mean, if we focus instead of peaceful relationship and we avoid to use this conflictual use of energies, also using the classics, I think it could be a positive thing. For the second question, this Guanxi New Sparta was like an experiment, especially based during the 30s. I don't think that later they use this nickname, let's say, but they use this name especially because they wanted to highlight that they were trying to create a model province. I think that's interesting. And they use Sparta not only for the militaristic element, but also for me was really interesting the fact that they highlight also the fact that Sparta was well organized, and they wanted a system that worked well at Sparta, not only in a militaristic kind of way. I don't know if I answered your question.
Any last question for lunch? Any comments? I would use my opportunity to ask a string of questions, but I think we are on quite a tight timetable. We need to restart even at 2:30 exactly, because we have to keep the afternoon schedule very tight. So I'd like to thank Martina again for her talk and thank all our earlier speakers. And yes, we have about 40 minutes to get a good quick Spartan bite. Thanks.